I wanted to start today's video off a little bit early just to share with you guys something that I just received in an email. And I get these emails pretty frequently, but I really enjoyed the sentiment of this email, and I think it would be very powerful for you guys to see. So I'm going to share this with you, and I hope he is okay with me sharing this. I did email him back just now. It just says, "Hi, Lucas. I just wanted to show some appreciation because taking the course and watching your videos, I became finally profitable, and I really noticed all the effort and time that you put towards making content to help people like me, even though when you have many other responsibilities. And that's why I would like to make a call with you over Zoom and to see how I can help you keep building this community and helping more traders find out about and how I can help with my content." And I mean, really what I wanted to take away from this email, and I'm going to keep emailing back and forth, but I can share with you guys my response here. And my opinion with this is the course can really help, but I just said to him, first of all, congratulations. Anyone that has taken the course and you've seen some kind of turnaround and you've implemented exactly what we're saying, you're trading like water. I just think saying back to him, congratulations. I can't explain the feeling I get when I see how someone has turned my information and teachings and have seen that turnaround. You deserve all the credit. Really, you guys do. Whoever's taken the course and you've seen how this information has helped you with your trading and you've become profitable. Maybe you weren't profitable in the past, and this is something that you really needed to take in order to change your thinking, and that takes a lot of humbleness. But you deserve all the credit, as you're the one hitting the buttons at the end of the day. You guys are the ones hitting the buttons at the end of the day, and you deserve all the credit for your trading. And you took a step back. You're a great example of someone who took a step back to learn, then implemented it and changed. Changing our habits is a very difficult thing, and I wanted you to know how impressive it is to be able to even type those words you just did in an email. It really is. Keep it going. Keep it going is what I overall said here. And then I overall just said, hey, my goal, how can you help? My goal with this channel is to help share my knowledge and understanding so the little guy can start to win. I think us starting to win, us little people, us little retail traders out here starting to win by taking a step back and understanding these indicators and understanding the market a little bit better is a very, very good thing to do. And it takes a lot of effort. So how can you help grow the channel? I'm a firm believer that the simplest answer is the correct answer. You guys, I've shown off my tattoo before. I have a tattoo of the energy equation, and it is an equation that is something so complicated. Energy, we use it all day, every day, right? Energy is through everything, but it can be broken down into a very simple equation. The little things help more than people understand, like the videos. Give your input if you think it's helpful during live videos. And when someone asks about the course, tell your story, because they're not going to always take what I say into consideration. They need to hear it from someone else. And this is a great example of how someone was able to take the information, implement it correctly, and turn it around. And you guys deserve all the credit for that when you're able to turn around your situation, because, hey, you took a step back and you were willing to learn before you went forward, and you had to change a lot of things, I assume. And it's very hard to change. It's very hard to change from bad habits to good ones. It takes some big effort and some big humbleness, some good accountability there. I've taken courses myself and know how some are blatantly a money grab. The number one goal for mine is to help make more people have stories like this one. That is what I was saying in the email back to him. And I really am just, the last part I put here, I am so happy to hear you're profitable, and I want you to always be humble. We both need to understand, even myself, I need to always keep this in mind. I am not always going to be right. We are never going to be 100% right all the time, but we can trade like water and use our knowledge to be successful. I am going to share this story this morning live because this is exactly what I want people to see. This is exactly the example of the type of person that you can become. You can just take a step back and say, am I doing things right, or are there blatant things that I am doing wrong? Am I getting emotional? Am I doing this? If you point out those things and take serious accountability and then learn about this type of stuff, it can really help you out in a market like this. It does take some serious accountability, some serious humbleness, but on the other side is a better life. It really is. And thank you so much for that email. I do receive emails like that pretty frequently, and people that are willing to give back to the community, send me an email. Tell me your skills. I am definitely open to hearing how we can grow this community and get more people trading better. The more people we get to understand this market, the better. And that's what I really want to go forward with today. I think we need to go forward with that energy of, we're going to trade like water. We're not always going to be right. But if we pay attention to the right things and always trade like water, we can be successful in this market. So thank you so much, Daniel, for that email. And I hope that you are going to join us live today. Now, going forward, what do we have to pay attention to today? Okay, we have a big day ahead of us. If you are not watching this live and you're just tuning in during the day, look for the last 15 minutes. We're going to give a little bit of a breakdown in the last 15 minutes of the stream. And it's just great. And I'm glad to see everyone here. Everyone's pumped. Look at all the good mornings coming in. Literally right away, you guys have a good energy about you. And I just really wanted to share that with you. I get emails like that, a few times a week. And that one really stuck with me there. That one really stuck with me. Someone that just said, hey, most of the time it's just people saying like, hey, I've changed. I've implemented a lot of things. I've taken a step back. And someone willing to say like, hey, I want other people to be involved as well. I want to see how I can help the community. And I think that is a huge, huge thing that our viewers, people who show up to a live show, want to give back to the community. And I know many of you have taken the course and you're all here every single day contributing to this community. So let's get into some stock market analysis though. Let's keep it going. Let's always be trading like water. And we got to start with that going on today. Okay, so what do we notice first off if we go to a daily scale when we talk about the SPY? Big red day. Big red day. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you. Good morning, J. Cole, Uniworld, Tammy, More Panda, Tittle Spark, Mist, Junior. Welcome. Thank you guys. And like we said, we're just trying to be helpful. So as many times as you can be helpful in the community, I think especially if someone is like, I've taken courses before and they've been awful and they haven't helped at all. And then you see how a lot of people can implement stuff in my course and it really helps them out. And that's why I made it so cheap. I made it so cheap so that it could be, available to literally anyone, and you can start with even $500 and just start trading. You don't even have to do options with it. You can just take regular trades, make little 2 or 3% here and there, and that really starts to add up. But on the SPY here, what are we noticing? Well, big red candle. Why did we say this was going to happen? We said this was going to happen live yesterday. We said it before it even happened because of XLU. XLU was starting to do it, and we said if this prints that red bar, we're probably going to see some kind of volatility in the market, right? Some kind of bigger pullback is what we're overall saying right now, but this is a crash signal. So, this does have potential to just crash down. Now, we know the last 3 times we've seen this signal with utilities, we have seen a double top or that divergence setup. We've said this multiple times, and then this is the actual location right here where I'll be saying, yeah, we're probably going to crash down, okay? I'm going to blatantly be saying things more so how I would be doing things, how I am doing things, because that is going to be very helpful. And this isn't me telling you to do anything. I'm just telling you how you can learn how to do these things. And I'm telling you what I'm doing and what I would do, which is exactly what your teachers would do at school. And that's, I think, a very powerful thing. So what are we noticing? Well, we did get that red impression. What are we noticing right now? SPY getting a little bounce. There's always going to be little bounces, right? We know that the algorithms are there to screw you right when everyone thinks this is going to crash down. Now we're going to get some kind of bounce up that most likely will fade, because we see if that XLU signal holds, we're going to probably see that fade. And so we have to pay attention to some shorter time frames. We gave you guys those daily expected moves. The daily expected moves for today for the SPY, 529.47 to the upside, and we do have 522.45 to the downside. So very interesting going forward to see what's going to happen. We have a lot of stuff coming out. It's Friday, Dave. Very interesting stuff coming out today. We'll have to see what the reaction is from the meme stocks. I think those do have potential to crash the market if those short sellers have to liquidate some of their assets, and their assets are stocks that are in the SPY, stocks that are in the Qs, and Nvidia. And I'm just going to tell you right now, I looked at the updated sentiment for Nvidia, and it's still red bars, okay? It's still red bars. Okay, so that's not a good sign. Now we're seeing a, so far, gap up as of this morning. We got about 12 minutes until the open. But what can we take from here? Well, if we go up to this area very early on in the morning and that just rotates back down, we're probably going to have to look at a 15-minute chart, because look at that, it's in negative territory. So as of right now, the 15-minute is bearish. The 15-minute is bearish, the 30-minute is bearish, but we're still decently close, right? This can flip around really quick. So if we use that as support, we're going to get one of those 32% chances. But if this comes up to this area and we remain in negative territory, what do we know? Hey, negative trend, okay? We know this is a negative trend, and that's overall what we have to pay attention to for the SPY this morning. See if any bounce is met up with from some selling, and we have to lean towards that, because XLU is giving us that signal. So even if the market's trying to fake you out, this is why I'm not a day trader. I'm a position trader because I know that the market's going to try to fake me out at all times. I like anime. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So if we go into Qs, we're going to see a very similar thing. What do we notice here? The very important thing about the SPY and the Qs is we took out this level. Okay, we took out this level, so we're going to get some kind of retracement here, and that's very important to understand. Now, we almost came all the way up to that weekly expected move. We were just shy of it, but look where this golden pocket is. It's right by the daily expected move, which is a very good area for a bounce to fade. Okay, so we're going to be paying attention to that. Now, if things start to flip back to bullish, that's perfectly fine. We need to go back and pay attention to XLU and see if this was some kind of hiccup. You know, things can change very quickly, and that's why we trade like water on this channel. But the Qs, as of right now, actually deeper, I think, than the SPY into negative territory, getting a reading of negative 1.10 on the 15-minute. And we have, oh, nope, the SPY's deeper. SPY much deeper. Probably because Nvidia is holding this bad boy up, and we're going to talk about Nvidia in a second. But what do we take from here? Well, if we come here early on in the day, we can see that fade. We can see that fade, but we have to pay attention if that's actually proven, okay? We don't just want to say, hey, this comes up to here, and now we have to crash down. No, they're going to try to fake you out. They might do something like this. They might do something like this, and then we coil up. Maybe we do something like this. There's tons of things that can happen, but as of right now, we know on the daily scale, XLU is saying, uh-oh, we might get a crash. Okay, so going forward, let's go over to Apple real quick. Now, Apple, this was a great trade setup. This is one that we talked about in our weekly update video over on Patreon. That's down in the description to get these weekly expected moves. And Apple showed us a signal here, a 30-minute divergence, and we noticed that the put-call ratio was starting to leak into the call side, which told me, we might be seeing some kind of drop here. Now, what can happen from here? Well, we're very oversold for a long time. We've got some little divergences down here, but if I go into a shorter time frame, you're going to see them clearer on the RSI, but not on the MACD at the same time. So this is leaning me towards a bounce, but not some kind of trend reversal. Okay, the trend as of right now is negative, and we don't have two divergences at the same time. So overall, the probabilities would say, hey, this could go up towards the center line and just curl right back down. And if you're part of the Patreon, you got those daily expected moves for Apple going on in today, and I think I put Apple up on my chart just in case. It looks like I'm just going to tell you guys that since you're here early this morning, 188.84 for Apple, because I think some people read into this trade very well. 188.84. And look at that, we're there as of right now. So if we are going to see this completely reverse around, we would want to use that as support. We could go into a 5-minute chart and maybe see some kind of 5-minute divergence. That would be very interesting. But the overall direction for this, since you do have the 2-hour almost going negative, first of all, 2-hour almost going negative on the MACD. You see the blue bar there, or the blue line. The daily here needs to curl over in order to hold that position, in my opinion, right? We need the daily to roll over. This would make sense if we're going to see XLU get that bounce up later. Well, maybe we do this, we get GDP, people get excited, and then we do something like that, and then we see this signal at the same time that XLU shows us that signal. Remember, signals at the same time, very powerful. Going into Tesla, this was pretty damn weak on the day. It was pretty weak, and it's very close to negative territory, so that's something to pay attention to. The 30-minute here is still relatively by that center line, but it's getting deeper and deeper. It's getting deeper and deeper all the time, so not the best reading here, and it's going to take some work to get up there. But this move, Tesla does have some more implied volatility in it, so we can see a bigger move up, and I just want you to pay attention to that. This is a big drop. We could get a big move up to like 178.50 or 179 before that actually drops. We could get a full reaction all the way back up to 180.92 before that drops. So I would really just be paying attention to 15-minute charts just to make sure things are turning back around. Because if these things start to go positive and they go extremely positive, you don't necessarily want to say, oh yeah, this is going to crash even further. You want to make sure, hey, maybe I take some profit here, leave some runners, that starts to bounce up like this. That's what I would do at least. And then I would see that curls over again. Now I can use that money again to take some more trades here and then swing trade that down again, maybe play the low or go look for a new one going into next week. So this is very, very important to understand. There are bounces throughout every single market, and that's why the course is very good, because if volatility goes higher, it will show you when those bounces are going to come. Okay, now what am I noticing on Amazon? Amazon has a 30-minute divergence. First of all, this is very important to understand. Everything doesn't have to crash down at once. So if Amazon wants to get bullish here, this 30-minute has to go positive. Has to go positive. I can tell you Amazon, I believe its its daily expected move for today. Let me pull that up real quick. I don't have it on my chart yet. Is actually up towards these highs. Okay, so it's towards these highs. So all the market is expecting for today, the options market is expecting, is somewhere up in these highs. Okay, so these highs are going to be very important. This tells me what? Hey, maybe I can go into a 15-minute chart. I can see this bounce up and then see that fade by the end of the day. See if that crosses back down into negative territory. And I think that would be a big sell-off signal for Amazon. But just note here, Amazon on the daily scale, it's already beaten down pretty good. It's already pulled back pretty well with that divergence, and it's still in positive territory. So a lot of these things on the daily scale are still in positive trends, and you have to keep that in mind, okay? You have to keep that in mind. But Nvidia, this one here, popping up to higher levels, and I have the daily expected move for you up here. What I'm paying attention to, 15-minute. I think if we go create a small 15-minute divergence early on in the morning, that's just going to really start to fade. And I wanted you to notice something else about where that daily expected move is. It's right at this high. It's right at this high. And the reason I'm putting this up there for you today, right? Patreon members get this information every single week, every single Friday. They get the daily expected moves for every stock we cover, including Nvidia. And this high up here is going to hold as some kind of resistance. But if we get excited and get past that, and then we see that fade, well, maybe the call side starts to really trickle up. I can tell you right now, there's a lot of calls at 1100 and a lot of puts at 1000 now. So people expecting this to fade. Bought SPY and Q calls before the close yesterday. And yeah, that's a good thing. In that area, I get it. There's going to be possibly a bounce from that area. You did have the opportunity for that to scale up. You want to make sure to have those 3 to 5 reasons to take a trade. I don't know if I necessarily saw those for the SPY. I kind of see it for Amazon, but now you have some daily ranges. You have some daily expected moves that you can say, hey, this is all that's expected. So if you start to go above that, that's when you would say, hey, I do have a 68% chance for that to close back down below that line. I would just keep that in mind today. Going into AMD and Nvidia, my take on Nvidia overall is this is going to fade, and this is just a distraction for what's actually happening in the market right now. And I think that's going to be a little rough. I think that Nvidia is going to be a little rough over the next couple months, in my opinion. Now, it can rip around. It's very volatile, so it can rip around. You can trade it back and forth, which is very good. Now, one thing about AMD on the 15-minute, I want you to see how far away this is. Look how far away that is from the center line there. When you're really zoomed in on these 15-minute charts, negative 1.64 there. That's a very, very rough sign, because all you have to do is build up towards the center line and curl back down. That's all you have to do. Now, you are taking back 160.83, so don't think that this has to just go pop like this and curl down. We always want to pay attention to if that just curls down and curls right back up. Right? We are trading like water, which means we have to watch this stuff. Trading is a full-time job if you want to take on the accountability that comes with trading, because you're the one pushing the buy and sell buttons. You're the ones hitting the buttons at the end of the day. And if you're successful in this market, you deserve all the credit. And I just hope my course was helpful for you. That course is $100, okay, for at least until the end of the weekend. I might extend that into the end of the month, but for now, it would be a great tool to use over the weekend, gain some knowledge about these indicators, and then see if you can come into Monday and maybe volatility's up and you need some better skills to trade in a market like this. But even in a bullish market, it can be very helpful. AMD, just want to see if that gets close to the center line and turns back around. I think that would be what you pay attention to there. Same thing with Meta. Now, Meta, one difference here is if I pull it out to a 30-minute, what's going on? It has a good divergence, okay? So I wanted to point that out. Now, what could this divergence do at this point? I still would like the stock to, go down to 453.08 for some kind of setup, But just because I would like that to happen doesn't mean it's going to happen. So if this 30-minute double bottom here proves to be anything because it has divergence, well, if we take out this high, we can start to see this 2-hour roll back around and go positive. And that would tell you what? I'm going to test some key levels, right? Some of these highs. Or I'm going to go make a new one, and this could just be some kind of ABC move up, and we can pay attention to a 2-hour divergence, and maybe that is more the moment for some downside. I'm looking at dark pool data. I can pull up dark pool data in a moment, and it's not necessarily selling, it's their sentiment on the stock is red. So that would tell me that if their sentiment is red, then they're selling the stock. But so dark pool data actually makes up 50% of the market, which is what I've been researching a lot while I've been away. I've been researching dark pool a lot, and it makes up 50% of the market. And those trades do not affect the price right away. Sometimes they take a few days to affect the price. Okay. So what you have to know there is, since they don't affect the price right away, what you are seeing, you do not technically even have all the data on Microsoft, because dark pool trades are trading this with larger amounts of money, and it's not affecting these bars we're seeing. So it could affect them later once the algorithm kicks in, and that's why you see rug pulls, is because they're already out of the stock at this point. So Nvidia, yes, they are selling. You can pull up Max Payne right now and notice that the 1,000 call mark for the day dipped down a little bit, which just tells me someone is selling into this move. And we know the insiders are selling because of the dollar, which we're going to go over in a moment. So for Microsoft, what do we want to pay attention to? Well, you have divergence in the near price action right here for this drop. Probably some 30-minute divergences in there to pay attention to. So what do we want to see? Well, one, if this isn't the moment where Microsoft's going to see a very significant drop, then we can just watch that 2-hour do this, and then maybe we get another move higher like this one, and that would make some sense there. We're still trading like water, okay? 30-minute curls up, positive territories right there, so we can see another positive move from Microsoft. Not all stocks look the worst right now. Google, this one a little bit further away from that positive territory, but what are we seeing? Gap up in the morning. Pay attention to our daily expected moves as we do open. The reason that I'm saying insiders are selling in this move is because of the dollar. This is all you have to see in order to know insiders are selling. That info that you're getting can be tampered with. We know multiple places in the market are rigged. They are corrupted at this point. We know that for a fact. I've been doing so much research on this that I know that for a fact. So we have to know that we're only getting 50% of the data. Hey, she brought me a second coffee. I'm down with that. That's cool with me. Thank you. So this just tells me what? Well, ever since December, the end of 2023, insiders have not even been in this move completely, and it's just going up with every single time we get some kind of pullback. So if this starts to cross up, that would be a bad sign. And that's why we want to keep our eye on XLU. And these yields, they're starting to climb up, about to cross above our important line, 4.495, very important line. And this means we could make another move to maybe test this high, or go make a new one. And then maybe we're forced to cut with some kind of divergence here. And that's actually the moment of the crash. Or maybe that's the moment of some kind of bounce, and then that starts to uninvert, and then we get some kind of crash. So just wanted to point out again, I'm just going to point this out one more time, and we're going to keep our eye on it. XLU has crossed. This is a crash signal. This is a overall, I would say right now, it is a bigger pullback signal. And then if that curls back around, this is the actual crash signal. We're going to be paying attention to that. But it looks like some kind of stock market crash is most likely high probability because of what utilities are doing. High probability that we are going to experience some kind of stock market crash in the next 30 days. And if you take that info and you just think about it critically and you go, I'm holding a bunch of stocks, I'm holding Nvidia above 1,000, wouldn't you just go, okay, well, maybe I should do exactly what the insiders are doing and hold cash? Now, something else that people are doing is holding gold and things like that, right? Gold seeing a decent bounce as of this morning, getting a sell signal, confirmation of a steep divergence here. So gold looking very, very rough as well. And that just might be some kind of turn down, right? Some kind of pullback, some kind of crash could happen with gold as well. Remember, we talked about crashes in our Saturday videos, and we notified you that everything can crash. Anything can crash. Bitcoin, Ethereum, gold, silver, oil, all these things can crash And actually, a lot of the time, like most of them do crash except for TLT. So what are we noticing with like something like Ethereum, because we were talking about it? Well, it's down 1.7%. This thing just got good news. Now it's consolidating. I think it's holding up a little bit better than Bitcoin. So that's a good sign. But I'm just letting you know, don't think like this can't crash down. Okay, it can. I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying it can. Now, if you're following the shorter time frames, the 4 hours, what I like to see, if I can get this to get closer to the center line or turn up at any time, then the next big move might be coming for Ethereum. The next big move might be coming for Bitcoin soon, because where is it? It's right by that center line. If that just curls up, we could see a big move from Bitcoin. And I did just hear that a bill was passed where they are not going to allow the Federal Reserve to make a digital currency. At least that's what I've read. I need to read into it more, but that is what I've seen so far. Now, a couple other things we need to talk about, AMC and GME on the shorter time frames here. Remember that we're still trading like water. We can trade like water even in a meme stock. There is something to learn here. And what does this mean? Hey, as of right now, ever since this bar right here, no chance for upside until we turn that thing back up in positive territory, right? So we're negative as of right now. If this can see some kind of pop, which some important stuff happening today with the CAT system, I suggest you do some research on it. There's a lot of information you can get on it. And overall, what do we need to see? We need to see this 30-minute turn up. Let's look at the 15-minute. Let's see if we need to see a little bit sooner. Okay, if the 15-minute can turn up and go positive, that could mean, what are we going to do? Test this high, go make a new one. And if you start to make a new one with AMC and there is corruption in this stock or in GME, well then you might see some big upside, okay? So 30-minute, what are we paying attention to here? Some kind of 30-minute divergence. Looks like it's not really forming on the RSI and MACD at the same time, but the important thing here is the MACD is right by positive territory, so a big move can come from GameStop, and we might see some big downside as short sellers try to suppress stocks like these. So thank you guys so much for joining today. We're going to go back over to the SPY, and then I'm going to start chatting with you guys more and more, but as of right now this morning, I think a 15-minute is very important to pay attention to. Salutations, Gabo. I think Apple will have a good opening and then dip down to 185 by the end of the day. And that's very possible. As of right now, already above its daily expected move. So this is as far as Apple's supposed to go for the entire day in the first 15 minutes. Now take that into consideration, because we're at that daily expected move. We're still just barely above it. So we can use that as support to head higher. Don't think that that can't happen, but this was a good level to say, hey, I'm going to take some profit and leave some runners. If I see a bounce, then I can buy that position again and make it cheaper. And then maybe I make more money on the second push. That's how I like to do things a lot of the time. But yeah, Apple's looking a little bit rough. So I think we always have to keep going back over to XLU. And I'm gonna put this on my chart real quick because I keep forgetting to add it, and that's just silly at this point. We're gonna put this up towards. Let's put it right above all the stocks that we are watching. Let's put it right above the SPY and the Qs. We'll put it right above the Dow so we can just keep our eye on it. Mark that thing off as blue because we think that one's pretty dang important. Actually, I'll put it like literally right in between, so we can keep an eye on it throughout the day. But this is going to be important. What do you see right now? Divergence. So we could see some kind of small bounce. It's on the 15-minute MACD and RSI at the same time. This can lead to some kind of bounce, but overall, you would say we just took out this level. We're most likely going to do this. This is a liquidity area. This would make a lot of sense. We bounce up to an area like this, we grab liquidity, and then we drop back down again. The most important thing to pay attention to with XLU is the daily chart. Okay, so if we go back over to the SPY, what's happening as of right now, and you guys keep your eye on the stocks that you're watching and let me know if anything important is happening. I have some stocks up on my other screen here, but 15-minute curling up, can that start to really gain some steam here? Can that really start to bounce up and see some major positivity? That's where we might see a 32% chance thing happen, but I'd be very cautious in this area if XLU holds that crash signal. Holding any stock over the weekend will be a very scary thing. Maybe they, do everything in the aftermarket. Maybe all the selling comes in the aftermarket. So I'm not going to be holding any longs over the weekend. I think that would be the most diligent and most risk-averse thing to do. But thank you guys for being here. What do you guys think for the end of the day? Does Nvidia end up higher or lower today? Does it end up giving up the gains, or does it end up going higher above our daily expected move? Let's see that. Do we end outside of the weekly expected move? What do you think? I want to hear your opinions in the chat. Any opinion's a good one, even if it's not related to, okay, heads lower right away. And the funny thing about Apple, I think I checked the maximum pain for Apple, and that actually did have, I think, a lot of calls in it, I'm pretty sure. Which would tell me that the puts are most likely cheaper at this point. Yeah, Apple has a 0.51 put call ratio. At 195 is a huge line in the sand. So 195 is where you could really expect. Look at that. We're seeing it fade right away at that daily expected move. So nothing we're not expecting today. You know, if you were a trader, you'd still say it's diligent to take some profit here and leave some runners. Maybe some kind of more sustainable bounce would have been nice here to take another trade setup. Now you just leave the runners, and then you say, hey, I made money in this move. That's what you first of all want to do. And then you just say, can I make more by leaving a few runners? I think that's the diligent thing to do in this area. Oh, shit. You know what I should have done? God dang it. I need to make weekly ranges for XLU. We're going to put weekly ranges up for XLU. That's got to be the smartest thing to do. When XLU makes that big pullback down, obviously it would make sense to make a range for it if we can. So I'll try to make that for this weekend. Nvidia is still outside of its monthly expected move, so we have a few days left to end back in that 68% chance that we end below 1,024.29. So a little bit lower than where we're at now. Is AMC good to enter here? I think Nvidia closes down 5 points. Okay, yep, lower. So just know that the sentiment in our chat right now is lower, but I hope that we're, becoming great traders. That's what I hope. A lot of people have taken the course and things like that. So I did share at the beginning, if you want to go watch the beginning of this video, an email that I received, someone who has been beaten up by the market a lot, and they decided to take the course, and they've been able to turn that to becoming a profitable trader, implementing a lot of the things that I teach in the course. And that's why it's going to be at least, I'm going to keep the $100 sale, so 50% off, $100 sale at least till the end of the weekend. I'll probably extend that for the whole month here, the end of the month here, if volatility keeps creeping up. But right now, the weekend's a great time to take it. So what are we talking about? AMC, someone wanted just to click on that. Remember, AMC, you need the 15-minute to go positive. There's going to be a lot of funky things going on. I'm actually going to pull up the halts list. I have a website that gives you the halts. It's called just stockninja.io. And so we don't really see any halts on any of these stocks yet, but if they start to make upward moves, I'm going to expect some halts. And I love when people point out the fact that Nvidia's up like hundreds and hundreds of % over the last 2 years and not one halt came in. And that's because the insiders are in this, and now they're starting to scale out of it. You can see their sentiment is negative, very negative on Nvidia right now. So any data that you're getting that does not involve dark pool data is only half the data, by the way. So if you really want to see the big players, then you have to pull up the dark pool data. And you can do that by looking at Tradealytics, and you can do it yourself, by the way. Go to Tradealytics, and it's completely free to look at Nvidia right now. That's what I've been doing. I've been just paying attention to Nvidia and looking at the sentiment and things like that. And the sentiment's down in the dark pool data. So okay, so is AMC good to enter? The time where you want to say it's good to enter is you say this is how we do a trade setup, and you'll learn more about this in the course. But green impression on the histogram down here, if it's not in positive territory yet, it is still bearish. It is still technically in a bearish trend, but you're being a contrarian and saying this is a bullish signal. This is the probability of something bullish happening. And then if that goes positive, then you would say now it is bullish on the 15-minute. So I would say this, if you're going to be a contrarian, get in early. Okay, 15-minute crosses up. That's when your signal is, hey, there is a chance that this goes positive. If that goes positive, then that would be the indicators switching back to bullish. And I have XLU right there at 0.45%. We have the SPY at 0.35. We can leave it on AMC for a minute here. As you guys keep telling me, do you think we end the day? Let's just do the SPY or the Qs, right? The SPY. Does the SPY end up red or green? Go. 124 people. We need 124 votes for red or green. And I'm going to probably see if someone wants to be a moderator so we can actually do like polls and things like that live. Red, red, red. Bleeding, red. Yeah, I'm clicking on my own stream. 38 likes in there. Let's get this bad boy to 100, guys. Remember, at the beginning of this video, someone's asking, like, they were saying, hey, the course really helped me out. How can I give back to the community? The little things do matter. Liking every single video, you know, really smashing that like button to see more people come out there. Remember, we don't want just me or you or individual, like 100 of us to win. We want everyone to be able to get this information and start to take money from the big guy. And I think that's very, very good to go with. And one thing you can do to really help out is like the video. So thank you guys to anyone who has liked the video already. All right, let's go into this real quick. And it's bright down here. I didn't turn the lights on this morning. And thank you, Landon, for joining the Patreon. Ooh. Bookmap. Bookmap just emailed me. Bookmap is actually something that I think is good. I don't use it very often, but do a lot of people in here use Bookmap? What's the dark pool trades for free? So you can only see select things for free. Like I believe you can see like the Qs and Nvidia and Apple, but it is Tradealytics. So just type, what is it? Here, let me do this. Tradealytics. Okay, so if you type that in on Google, you'll get that website, and I think you just have to like make an account or something like that. And then it is annoying. They always want you to become a premium member, but if you just pay attention to something like Nvidia or Apple, that's all I'm doing. I just wanted to see if it's any good. All right, so what are we seeing from AMC here? Looking like it's going to turn up. The reason that I'm going to keep this on here is because this is something that can actually crash the market, and GME is something that can crash the market. So we're going to pay attention to this just for a brief moment. Notice 15-minute. Yeah, it's negative, but look at this. It's not as negative on the 15-minute than other stocks. Negative 0.55. A lot of the ones we were paying attention to were negative 1.3, negative 1.6. This is actually not the worst sign right here. You have a 15-minute divergence. Now, I really like my 30-minute chart, so I would overall say if the 30-minute can go positive, I'd be more open to further upside and big momentum going up for GME and AMC. You see AMC here curled down. Now it's seeing that curl up on the 30-minute, but you know, 15-minute, I'm already in this play. I'm not scaling in anymore. But at this point, I do have a good chunk of AMC, and if this starts to make an upward move, which today's when that cat system starts to roll out a little bit. So we're paying attention to this going on into today. You're welcome, Tony. Right, like I said, I'm not going to hide any information. Slot Machine says green. Samuel says green. Danny says green. It could happen, guys. But I'd just be careful holding that over the weekend. Make sure those signals are like really turning up into positive territory. But yeah, Tradealytics is very good for looking at dark pool data. And if you need to learn how to look into those, you can just search how to research dark pool data, like what you should look for. And if you type that on Google or on YouTube, you can find some very good videos where they're just like, hey, yeah, look for this. And maybe that sentiment has updated as of today, by the way. I haven't checked it as of this morning, so we'll have to see. But the sentiment on Nvidia was down in the dark pool data. What's the CAT system? So the CAT system is holding people accountable pretty much for their trades. So the main thing you need to know in relation to AMC is the CAT system would monitor trades and pretty much make sure that no naked shorting could happen. And we don't necessarily know the punishments. Now, that is a flip side too. They would then be able to track what trades I'm doing, what trades you're doing, and maybe they make up some kind of or find some kind of loophole law to get you in trouble. So there is kind of a backfire that could happen, but I don't necessarily think that that's the goal here. I think the goal is to stop people from suppressing stocks to make billions and billions of dollars. And the reason for that is because a lot of the naked shorting is tax exempt. And that's why the government most likely wouldn't like that, right? So you would not want any kind of tax exempt when someone's making millions, tens of millions of dollars on certain trades. I think it is over the last 3 years on GME alone, short sellers have made over $100 billion. And from what I've seen, most of that is tax exempt because what's happening is they don't even own the shares. So the reason that AMC could see a pump because of the CAT system is if they don't want to get in trouble and lose their license, then they overall would have to buy the shares that they say they have. To 974. I don't know if it's possible for today for Nvidia. I don't think that's possible for today to come all the way down and fill this gap here. Well, what'd you say? 974. You mean fill the gap at 974? Is there a gap at 974? Am I not seeing it correctly? I'm not necessarily seeing a gap at 974. There is the gap all the way down towards 950. But what you're getting here might be a lower high. I don't know, Mr. Perfect, if 974 would be 100% possible today. If you're part of the Patreon, you have the daily expected move for Nvidia, and you know how low it could go. For the daily side here, it still could hold above 1,000 by the end of the day. It still could hold above 1,000 by the end of the day. That's why I'm saying holding over the weekend a little bit scary with XLU. So we'll keep our eye on XLU today, which has the divergence, so has the opportunity for a bounce. We'll see what happens with that. I'm going to keep AMC up for now on my other charts just to keep an eye on it. I'm going to leave it on a 30-minute, not going to really pay too much attention to the 15. Actually, I'll pay attention in that way. Someone was asking, you know, how do I know when to get in? And it's just practicing exactly what you do, some good habits. Practicing good habits, you can do the same thing for these meme stocks as well. But anyway, Bookmap wanted some kind of collab. We'll have to see. It's just I don't use Bookmap very often. That's the only thing. But if other people think it's useful, we could see if they give us some kind of discount. Maybe they have some good data or something we can use. I'll look into Bookmap more and see if there's anything I can utilize that I see as helpful. Maybe they have maybe they can give us the option flow. So we can see more like real-time option flow to see what the options are priced at, what's more expensive puts or calls at certain areas. I think that would be very helpful. But I do think, Mr. Perfect, that Nvidia ends up filling that gap in the next 30 days. I would say that. In the next 30 days, I think Nvidia might be down towards, I think it might be lower than 950 in the next 30 days. I think in the next 30 days, it could be back towards, I think it could be back towards 900, somewhere between 900 and 800. AMD, we can look at AMD as well. This thing's starting to climb back up. Now we expect some kind of bounce here. We were able to take back 160.83, able to gap above it. Okay, able to gap above it. Remember, this is a very important level. You see these levels over here. We marked this level up a long time ago. We knew this level was important. And what do we notice now? Well, these bars right here couldn't close below it on a 15-minute. Now we break back down. We're bouncing back up. We gap above it. Very important level. I got Ari screaming or something upstairs. So what would I pay attention to? First of all, if you're taking a play to the upside here, you're being a contrarian. This is a negative trend on the 15-minute. This is a negative trend on the 15-minute. So until that goes positive, right, we can't say that that's bullish. We can say, hey, yeah, we have a contrarian indication of, hey, yeah, we could switch back to that trend, but I don't necessarily have divergences. I have maybe a small one on the RSI. Give me one moment here. I'm going to go check on what's happening upstairs because I'm hearing some noises. I'm going to leave you guys over on the SPY for a brief moment here, and I'll be right back. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Good opportunity to like the stream, right? Give a like to the stream. Really appreciate you guys being here today. And if you're interested in looking for some course to get better at trading, to see maybe something about these indicators that you need to understand better, look at that course down in the description. It's only $100. Good chance for the weekend. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Be right back. Got to check on something. She got mad at her dancing fruit. She likes these videos where there's like dancing fruit or whatever with just some tunes. It's good. It makes her eyes it makes her have to turn her head back and forth. It's good, but she was done with it. Let's put it that way. I've never heard that scream before though, so I wanted to make sure to go check on her. All right, guys. So what happened while I was gone? Did anyone see anything dramatic happen while I was gone? Did I miss anything? Come on, guys. Looks like a lot of people saying that the market, or at least Nvidia or the market, is going to end up a little bit red by the end of the day. We'll have to see. Holiday volume 101, Nvidia earnings, and right into a 4-day weekend for most traders by the looks of it. And yeah, next week we do have some important stuff, and it's crazy. I would be very careful holding stocks over the weekend, because if you do your research on the CAT system, the most important dates are the 24th and the 28th. The 24th and the 28th. Yeah, Mr. Perfect. I think you're right to think that a little bit. I think that the sketchy thing could happen in the post market. Remember that those dark pool trades can take some time to actually affect the stock. So just be cautious is the overall thing for today. I still think XLU has a chance to get a better bounce than this. Apple, right, trying to test that level again, trying to test that daily expected move. We'll have to see if that's going to get a bigger bounce down in this area. You do have a divergence down here, so we could get a bigger bounce out of this by the end of the day. Remember the daily scale, the daily expected moves, you get outside of those more often than the weekly expected moves. Why? Because you have 300, well, if we had trading every single day, you have 365 daily expected moves. You only have 52 weeklies. ABC we can look at. Can you be percentage at 10 a.m.? How volatile? We'll look at that in a moment. Let me look at ABC real quick. Oh, whoops, fucking A. That can't be it. I don't know if this is the company you're looking at, so I don't necessarily watch this company very often. June, I don't necessarily look at that very often, so just let me know what the company name is and we'll try to take a look at it. Consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. How volatile is that going to get? Well, we're going to pull that up real quick. I'm just going to have the data up on my other screen for you. Here we go. We have the data up here. Let me change this. The United States save. All right, durable goods came in at 0.7. Previous 0.8. Consensus was negative on that, so durable good orders going up a little bit. And then we have the 5-year inflation expectations in the Michigan consumer sentiment is supposed to be down. We'll have to see if that's still going to be down as of right now. 9 a.m. So we got about 2 minutes. AMC fading the move on my other screen, by the way. AMC, yeah, AMC, you just want to see the 15-minute cross up positive territory. It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. Keep it simple. That's the way I look at it. 15 minutes negative. You shouldn't expect any upside until this at least crosses. Then you can say there's potential. Then when that crosses the center line, you go, okay, now we're going to go into a positive trend. And as long as that doesn't reverse back down into negative, it's all good to the upside, which means what can we do? We can test this high, go make a new one. So test the high, go make a new one as long as we can go into positive territory. You got to cross this center line. Gold fading that, testing our 217.21. So you see how important these levels are. And the good part about stocks, like if you just wanted to learn something like how to find support and resistance, we talk about support and resistance in the course. What you can see is when you find a support and resistance that you think is important, how does the stock react to it in the future? And I want to look at this. Okay, so 217.21, we marked that as important way back here. Okay, so way back here, we mark that off as important. What do we do here? We gap above it. So it's important. We gap below it. It's important. We use it as resistance. It's important. We gap above it. That's important. We use it as support. That's important. And then we break down through it. We use it as resistance. And then we come up. We use it as resistance again. So that's how you can kind of test if you're getting better at support and resistance. And sometimes that means, hey, maybe not taking any trades just for a few days, making sure you're good at that kind of thing. But that's just something that I do. Like if it's a stock that I don't look at normally, I'll find the support and resistance. And that's why with AMC, like you notice that I've done my practice. I've done my research plenty with support and resistance. And what did I find? Support level at 437. 437, very important. We break out. We have resistance initially. Then when we break out of there, we see the massive move. So 437, very important level for AMC to hold at this point. And we're seeing some bigger swings. We got to see if this breaks the high or makes a new low. That would be important for AMC going forward. Thank you guys for coming today. 140 people in here. Let's get 140 likes on there. I'd really appreciate it. Let's get more people in here so we can keep talking about stocks. And if there's anything different that we don't necessarily watch, I mean, SMCI, we don't watch this too often, but we did notice some things here. 2 hours, 30-minute divergences at the highs here, I believe, right? So SMCI kind of giving some signal for weakness up in this area. We see almost like a double top up here, able to go negative. Negative here, remains negative, big downward push. Good thing with SMCI. Yeah, we can look at Boeing. Oh, I'm down to look at Boeing. I actually, my friend, his dad was like one of the top 5 executives at Boeing. And he's a very smart guy. Very smart guy, but he's not there anymore. It's like when he left, everything started to just dramatically go to shit. 2 hour divergence for Boeing. This was a big hint of weakness. Here's the chance that you take on it. This little red bar right here at 184.80 is your signal for downside. So this was actually a signal of momentum telling you like, hey, the stock is dying out. The momentum to the upside is dying out. Now we get a dramatic push. So what do you want to say if I'm going to hold on to a short position here as we are getting oversold? So not the best place to take a short position. Well, the daily, is that crossing over? Yes, it is. So you could most likely just kind of, you could really assume, and the probabilities might be with you on this, that we are going to see a further downside level. And I would say something like that looks likely. So I would say this trend line getting touched would make sense if we follow this tapering. But this divergence, triple divergence down here led to a bounce. Maybe we go make another divergence and then we bounce further, or this is just dying out. Boeing, some terrible news like all the time, all the damn time. So daily able to cross over. If that goes negative, it says, hey, these shorts might still pay. Right, there might be some kind of little bounce on the 30-minute or something like that. So it would be take profit, leave some runners. That's what I would do in this scenario. I'd be like, this is a great move. It went from literally my buy point was what, 184.80, and it's already down 14 points from there. So that's like, okay, take some profit, leave a couple runners. First time here, liked and subbed. Thank you so much. Hey, thank you for subscribing. I wish it popped up. Where's my alert box? Dang it. Dang it. I wanted it to pop up for it. Thank you so much, IK. I really appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing, and thank you for joining the community. Really, really do appreciate it. If you have any stock you would like me to look at, IK, I am down. I am down. Let's go look at Lulu did. I was interested in what Lulu did because this thing was really falling off a cliff. Oh, God. So do you see how this is like a stock that the momentum's telling you the second push down is most likely coming? If this goes positive, you see how hard it is for it to go positive. So that's very unlikely then you're most likely just going to see this fade back down. Maybe you go with this tapering here. If you get some kind of pop drop, then this would be a better moment for Lulu going forward. Looking for the next WSM. Still got a few all-time highs. Yeah, I remember this one. This thing was crazy. The one that everyone's looking at is this one, Fifi. And it's still holding up better than where it was, right? So this might be like the fake pump to get people to believe this stock isn't being suppressed, and then it just goes insane. Let me go look at those. Let's see if anything's getting halted right now. Looks like a lot of therapeutic. Okay, so Finch Therapeutics is the one that got got a halt on it. Look at that one. Let's see what that one's doing. It's just fun to look at these like short, like smaller stocks in this environment. Okay, you can't even look at this on a 2-hour. Economic data, you have the Michigan consumer sentiment coming out at 69.1, a little bit higher than expected, but much lower than the previous. 8 points lower, or yeah, going from 77 down to 69. That's about 8. So not looking good there. The 5-year inflation expectation held at 3% from which is the previous, expected to be 3.1. People might read into that as slightly bullish. Consumer expectations 68.8, a little higher than the forecast. And Michigan inflation expectations 3.3, ticked up from the previous 3.2, but not as high as the consensus. So we'll see how people read into that. Damn, that thing is insane. I can't even like look at that. It's so difficult. Palo Alto, you look like you're getting some kind of 2-hour close to this. Yeah, it's close to the center line. There you go, 2-hour close to the center line. If you're going to see another move in Palo Alto, you need that to confirm upside. Be careful with those 2-hour roll-ups, though, over this weekend, because these 30 minutes are really close to negative territory. I'm sure if you dig into a 15-minute, you see little... no divergences there. Okay. So if that 30-minute can go positive, that 2-hour turns around, Palo Alto might get a buy here. Well, not a buy necessarily, more like it might go into a bullish trend, which could mean some upsides there. XLU, what's it doing? Well, it's going to climb up towards that center line, right? It could climb up for a long time. It could climb up for a long time. 15-minute divergence down here. Boom, that could climb all the way up and then rotate back down. Still pretty deep in negative territory on the 15-minute. SPY hasn't gone up towards the daily expected move. We do gravitate towards these moves, guys, so not expecting anything too bearish as of right now. You still need to build more liquidity before the next drop. Moves there. All right, let's see. Scanning retailers. Netflix setting up a bearish divergence on the 2-hour. This is good. Okay, let's go look at Netflix. Ooh, 15-minute. You're going up. 2-hour. Ooh, you might get triple divergence here. You might get triple divergence here. Oh, I'd look for this 30-minute divergence to prove. I'd look at this 30-minute divergence to prove. If this can just turn right back down very soon, you might see this by the end of the day. That would be a good signal for more downside for Netflix. Zim. Did you look at TWA? I like the fundamentals. Okay. Which one is it? You gotta tell me which one it is. I haven't looked at it before. Surprised the market is positive going into a long weekend. Your Mom's Basement. I genuinely think they're going to help retailers trade the market up and then rip it, and then like secretly maybe even sell a lot of their positions. And then we're going to see a gap down coming next week on Tuesday. I'd be very, very cautious holding stocks over the weekend. Now, just because I believe just because I think there's going to be some sketchy stuff happening in the post-market and the pre-market next week before Tuesday, does not mean I'm taking a trade because of that. I'm taking a trade because XLU crossed down, so I've been scaling into UVXY. Volatility, you see it's still remaining a little bit higher, not able to go fully down to 12-12, 30-minute, getting close to the center line. The next pop in volatility comes when this goes positive. So what happened on the 2 hour? Remember, we were paying attention to the 2 hour. This was able to go positive. So I'm pretty confident we're going to see some volatility scale up pretty quick here. The inverted yield, a lot of the time I just like to look it up on, you can stack them on each other. It's just I don't necessarily do that. I'll get you the link. I'll get you the link. Usually you can go to the Fred. Okay, so this is technically the link. Oh, shoot, I just hit paste. God. This is the link that I like to go to. Because I just don't like to stack it on each other. I just like to see it like this. So if you go to Fred, you can get a lot of information. And so this is what I like to watch. And you can see we're not uninverted yet. We're close. We're close. But you'll see back in August 2019, we uninverted. We inverted for a split second, then we uninverted. And then shortly after that, we had the 2020 crash, the COVID crash. So uninversion does lead to some crashes. How far back I can go here. Like 2008, what did we do? We uninverted, and then we inverted again, and then we uninverted, and then that was June 2007, and then by December 2007, we were in a recession. So usually you see after inversion, it's about 6 to 18 months until you see some kind of recession after uninversion. But yeah, that's the website right there. Where we're at right now, we're not uninverted yet. Just so everyone's aware. Ooh, AMC is very close to crossing up on the MACD now. If it can hold one of these green bars, it's gonna cross. Sorry, I left you guys on volatility for way too long there. 15-minute for the SPY. Let's just look at this for a little bit. I wonder if we could see some kind of 5-minute thing going on. You see the 5-minute going positive as of net right now. So we could get one more reaction up. Just be careful up in this area. Because 15 minutes still negative. GameStop. Jackson's like, GameStop, let's go. Yeah. I did a lot of research on AMC. I saw the GameStop research as well. I actually believe AMC might be shorted even more than GameStop. And a lot of things that I think about when it comes to AMC is, like, Jim Cramer actually gave GameStop some kudos at times as well. But he says, like, there's no reason to buy GameStop or buy AMC. But at least GameStop has good, like, he's talking slightly good about it. So that also leads me to believe it's like, why would he talk slightly good about GameStop, but actually shit on AMC even worse? How much is your Patreon? It's $7 a month. $7 a month, and you get a ton of stuff. You probably get, like, honestly, you probably get $50 to $100 worth of value, especially since I'm going to be doing those weekly update videos. It might be more than that. Like, literally, you get the weekly ranges, which tells you exactly what the options market is expecting. It gives you a huge advantage. And then you also get daily ranges on Friday, gives you a huge advantage. And then once a week I'll post some trade setups if I see them on other days. But Tuesday or Wednesday, I'm going to put out the update video where we have the ranges up on my charts. And I actually posted one this week to get us started because I just moved. So I don't have my full setup here. Normally you can see my beautiful face, but maybe some people are happy they can't. If AMC crosses 5.5 today, I'll join your Patreon. All right, deal. So yeah, there's a lot of value there. And that video that we put out this week, we called a lot of things. We said, hey, Nvidia's most likely going to fade the move during earnings. And then we said also that Apple looks like the best short opportunity. And we said that way up here, right? We said that way up here. So I think we mentioned it again down in this area, and I was like, yeah, this is where the video, I believe, came out. Was it Wednesday? Was it? Or did I put that out yesterday? I can't recall. I could probably go look, but I think I put it out yesterday during market hours, so I believe it's on this bounce right here that we might have put it out. I don't fully remember. But this one looked like the best setup. 30-minute, you get the divergence, boom. Now, I wish I was a little bit faster on the trigger, because this is when I really would have liked to put that video out Tuesday for Apple, but we saw some good downside, so it's great. Great call there. AMC, ooh, very close to crossing. GME, let me click on that. GME a little bit less strong as far as momentum to the upside goes. AMC a lot closer to positive territory, so AMC is the one that I'm watching right now. Apple's starting to really fade these moves. This is a 30-minute chart, though. We want to look at 15 minutes, see that get close to the center line, drop again, then you have another drop. But this area right here is a great place to take profit at the bottom of the zone. What's XLU? XLU is utilities. Utilities. So if you guys don't know, every single crash that we've seen utilities scale up dramatically before the crash, like really dramatically before the crash, and then utilities crosses down on the MACD, and then we see a big pullback. At least the last 3 times that we've crashed, we've seen utilities scale up dramatically. What happened here? We started talking about it. Okay, we started talking about it somewhere in the beginning of May. And we said if this starts to scale up quickly, we need to pay attention if that crosses down, because that is a crash signal. And we see that cross down, and that's why yesterday, before the market dropped, we were like, XLU already told you that we're most likely going to see this ripped away. We're going to see a rug pull, and that ended up happening. I've got 125 shares of AMC at 467 for funsies. And hey, that's the way you do it. I think with a meme stock like that, and the momentum does not look horrible. So it's not like these people who are saying this is a terrible thing, this is a terrible thing. If you're a technical trader, you're looking at that and going, hey, you know, there's an opportunity. So AMC is now over 482. Uh-oh. June, you're about to put your money where your mouth is. You're about to pay $7 to join my Patreon if AMC crosses 5.5. Has AMC crossed? I have it up on my other computer. Let's see. AMC, as of right now, is crossing. As of right now, it's crossing. Now you have 14 minutes left in this bar, but as of right now, you've crossed. But yeah, this is a crash signal. So just so you're aware, this is utilities. It scales up dramatically before a crash. It's scaled up dramatically, and so does the stock market. The stock market has scaled up dramatically as well. That's why we were paying attention to this. Then you get a red impression. Then the market pulls back. XLU pulls back. But the last 3 times this signal has happened, we've seen it bounce back up for a double top, and we've seen the market bounce back up for a double top or a higher high to create a divergence. And then you usually get a divergence or a double top divergence up here. And then this is the time where that actually happens. So XLU would tell you that the probability of us seeing some kind of stock market crash, maybe going into a bear market in the next 30 days is high. So by the end of June, it looks like we will be in some kind of bear market or stock market crash in the form of a bear market. That's why the course is only $100 right now. To do this real busy. That's what we like, though. We like to be a little busy. I have loved watching some of the meme streamers. They are funny. Like, I have trouble looking. Their technical analysis it's not like wrong. It's interesting. It's just really different than how I do things, but it's fun to watch. That's why I tune in for like 20 minutes a day just to hear them scream and stuff. It's pretty fun. 72 likes coming into the stream. Let's get that bad boy to triple digits. Let's get that bad boy to 100. Come on, guys. We can get this thing to 100. Let's do it. 100 likes and AMC will go to 5.5, and June will have to join my Patreon. I'm always worried my mic randomly is muting. Hey, you guys, also, thank you guys so much for getting me over 5,000. I think I didn't fully say like, hey, thank you guys for that, because you know, I was moving and that kind of thing. But thank you guys so much. We're at 5,200. Like we've just really been growing. That's something that really encourages me to keep going. And I know that I'm being at least helpful, in a little bit helpful, helping people make some better trades, just because, well, we're growing at a pretty good rate, and that's a very good thing. And that's what I want to continue. I think more people can benefit. So here you go, AMC. Yeah, you know, Jim Cramer, whoever you want to look at, Yahoo Finance people, CNBC, they can all tell you this is a bad trade, but the problem with them is maybe they don't pay attention to technicals. But if this 15-minute goes positive, it's not a bad trade. It's technically not a bad trade, as long as you're being risk averse and you're like, hey, how could I get screwed? Which is something that I'm going to make that video tomorrow, and we're going to add that to the course. So all you people who have taken the course already, tune in by tomorrow night. I'm going to add a section to the course called How to Not Get Screwed, how to get out of a trade, you know, how to know when to get out. And this here, or when to scale in again. Sometimes it's just a scale in again, but depends. So this here, if this can go positive, break through the high, get into a positive trend, that's a good sign. It's a very good sign. Something that I did was I just marked off the last time that we saw a major push for AMC, and I have it on my other charts. And GME was similar. So once the RSI on a 2-hour chart gets to a reading of about 95.5 to the upside, if we see a squeeze, that's usually when the first pullback happens. The first round of selling comes in. I think that's a useful bit of information for anyone trying to trade this stuff. Now you see that the 2-hour is still positive. So technically, the 2-hour is in a positive trend, even with this dramatic price action. We called the fact that it was going to pull back. We said if it's going to happen quickly, it's going to remain in positive territory on the 30-minute. That didn't happen, so we have to wait. We have to wait. Now it's getting into positive territory. Now it has the opportunity, if, first off, this 15-minute can go positive for AMC. So the reason we're looking at AMC is GME's further away. GME's further away from that center line. Let's look if any halts are coming in. BWAC, Blue World Acquisition, was the last halt that I saw. No halts for GME or AMC just yet, unless I have the wrong data source. Smaller time frame in general to TA when you are so jumpy. I like fundamentals of the company. How do you look at smaller time frames in regards to TA? Okay, we can do that for you. So TWA, it's called GETEX, or no? Okay, GETEX. It's in the, so this is like what, the German market or something. This is hard to do when you get choppiness like this for these shorter time frames. I mean, you can look at a 30-minute and kind of look at what's happening, but you see how choppy it is. That's why these are very difficult to do technical analysis on. You don't necessarily have the best price action. Here's what I'd tell you right now. You have triple divergence. If you like, I don't like charts that look like this. I don't even know if technical analysis is correct for these, but maybe we can look in the past and see if we had any kind of divergence. Okay, you technically had divergence at these lows down here for a double bottom, and that led to a bounce. Okay, we can at least look into it. And you had divergence here as well that led to a big bounce. Okay, so there's a divergence there. So we can look into it a little bit. What do I have here? Well, I have a double top or a triple divergence possibly across the way, or multiple point divergence is more likely. You have one here, right? And then you have one between these levels here. So you have one here, or one all the way across, and then one in the nearest term right here. And those are on flat on the RSI here, up and down on the RSI up here. So that would tell me what? That would tell me the daily has a chance of rotating over and a bigger pullback could happen. Okay, so what would I want to look for? Well, I'd want to see if the daily's turning over if I already got in this position. The 2-hour divergence can drop the daily, and then maybe you can target a 20 for now because you're in a positive trend. So I think a 7-point move from where we're at right now for TWA would make sense. So all you want to do is really see what you're seeing on the, like, what I like to do is I like to look at, I can do it backwards or forwards because I'm good at it, but what I would say is look for a daily. Is that daily crossing over? Okay, then look at a 2-hour. Do I have divergence that's saying the momentum's weakening? If not, then maybe I say, hey, I don't have enough things to take a trade here. But if I did have a 2-hour divergence, then I would look at a 30-minute and say, if I have a 30-minute divergence there, I have a great entry point. That's what I would say. That's how I would do TA in general. And we do that in the course, by the way. We show you exactly how to do that. I show you exactly what I do when I take trades. exactly the same. I am not changing anything. You get to trade exactly how I see things. And you can implement your own stuff. That's the fun part. That's the fun part. XLU seeing a bigger bounce now. There you go. SMA lines I look at, I have a 20, a 50, and a 200, and a 5. A 5 for this environment. When we do get volatility above 20, I like a 9-day moving average across the board on all my charts. But as of right now, I can click into this, and you're going to see I have a 5 SMA, I have a 50 SMA, I have a 200, and then my 20 is the exponential. My 20 is the exponential, and if you want to use this indicator, I'm perfectly fine. Just take a quick picture with your phone, screenshot this. I just type this in, put it in. These are the values that I use. Now that's a 9. It says 9, so you have to switch that to 5. In a bullish market, I like a 5. In a like bear market, I like a 9. That way I have better confirmation we're getting above certain levels. Patricia, thank you so much for joining the channel. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Marvin, I hope that was helpful. Could you explain what it means when you say look for a daily? Okay, so if I have a, what is it, Apple. So if I have a 2-hour, right, and you guys, I know I keep saying it, but it's just because we're doing a sale and I think volatility could ramp up. And I think it would really help you to get the clear-cut info because I know we're going to be bouncing around a lot. It's sometimes hard to get all this info during a live stream. So the course is $100 if you want to take it over the weekend. It's 50% off right now. And I'm only doing that for the weekend as of right now. I might extend that for the whole month, but 2-hour divergence. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. 2-hour divergence is here. So if I see a 2-hour divergence, I'm immediately going to check the daily. I'm going to check the daily and see if that has crossed over. If that crosses over, I can hold on to this position or maybe look for some kind of 15-minute bounce, see that crossover and get more in that position and play the 20. So this hasn't crossed yet. So that means I have no reason to really say this has to drop further because the 2-hour could just turn right back around, right? I could get screwed. 2-hour could turn back around. So what I like to do is I take a little bit of profit here. Now, if you're just looking at a stock right off the bat, you probably want to see this. If I look at a stock and it's right here on the MACD, let's pretend this doesn't exist. This doesn't exist, guys. It's not there. That's not there. If it's right here on the daily, am I really going to be looking for divergences or anything right here? Am I going to be looking for a trend reversal necessarily? No, but once it makes that next upward move up here, now I can start to look for it, right? So once it starts to make another upward move, now I can start to look for it. So the daily will tell you when there's going to be bigger weakness, and especially when you're in a short squeeze, you want to pay attention to when the daily says like, hey, I'm about to roll over. That's when you really want to pay attention. As of right now, though, what's Apple doing? Well, this is where we're going to talk about how to not get screwed. And so we're actually giving that info right now, you know, completely free, but we're going to go way more in depth with it and tell you exactly what to look for in the course over the weekend. We're going to do that. I'm going to add that to the course for all the people that have already taken it. You're going to get that info as well. And there's no upcharge or anything like that. Any added content you get, you already paid the money for it, so you get it. And you can ask me questions about it live next week or email me. I give my email away a ton of times. So Apple, because we're getting this 15-minute bounce, how could I get screwed? Well, I would say if the 30-minute can go positive. If the 30-minute can go positive, I know I'm screwed. Now, till then, what do I want to do? This is very oversold. I see the little divergences on the RSI, but not on the MACD at the same time. So some kind of bounce could come. So this would mean take profit, leave some runners, watch a bounce happen, see that get close to the center line, boom, see that get close to the center line, and then see that pull down. And that would tell me what? The next big move is to the downside here. And maybe it creates a triple divergence, right? And then I want to pay attention if that's happening and say, okay, now I'm out of all my positions because that is a reversal signal that I would take. It's pretty much like if I see a signal that is telling me I would take this trade to the upside, then why would I continue to hold my position to the downside? Does that make sense? Is that a good way to put it? Is the access for the course lifetime? Yes, it is a one-time payment. There's also a payment plan if you know you can't do $100 straight up. I did a 4 payments at $50. You do have to pay a little bit more, but if that's something that you need, you can at least take it for $50 now and then start to trade better, and then you just have to pay $50 a month for 4 months. SPY grinding up slowly, might crash by the end of the day. And yeah, we're going to work ourselves up to, oh yeah, Dingleberry. First of all, Dingleberry, was that helpful? I love saying Dingleberry on stream. Thank you, Gordon. I just saw, sorry, Chewy popping. Good entry. Running a simulator on it, making bank. Cool. Okay, good, Dinglebear. I just, because sometimes people are asking that question and they could not understand the answer, or it's not the answer that you really needed. I hope that that was helpful, and you're saying it was, so I'm glad. AMC, the main two levels I'm paying attention to, 437 for support and 712, I think, for resistance. Look at that, crossing up. You only got 1 minute left. If that prints, that says I have a chance to go positive. It hasn't gone positive yet. So remember the steps. The steps here, by the way, 437 was the support that we found when this big pop happened. We literally found support when that big pop happened. And then we just told you it's probably going to gravitate to 437 if it goes down more dramatically. And it went down more dramatically. Where'd it go to? 437. So pretty cool there. But 739 is going to be your next level. These are where a bunch of halts came in. So I assume they do not want AMC to be above this level. If there is corruption in this stock, if there is short sellers in the stock, then that would mean, okay, they do not want to break it down here. There was a stop here. There was a halt. There was a halt. So this would tell me, okay, that's a very important level. So now if you wanted to go really in depth with it, you would say, look at these closing bars right here and look at this wick. And you would say, okay, this level right here is important. Okay, so 512. And then right up in here, just because, not necessarily because this is like the most important level in the world, but if you look right in here, you see right here, what do we get? We couldn't close above that level, and at the same time, we couldn't close above it over here. So this would be another important level of 572. But I just leave up the most important levels, and those are most likely going to be 437. We already know it became important, so we were right. Now, I think if you want to see, and this is like, if you want to see something really crazy happen and the short sellers have to buy the stock in order to not get in trouble, that would be a break above 739. But you might just see something like this, and then we gap above that dramatically. So that's why I might be a little bit careful over the weekend. But you can still look at these meme stocks. Like, people are talking trash on it. Like, it looks off. It's like, just look at it how we would look at it as any other stock, and it looks fine. I mean, it doesn't look like the best in the world, but you do have a 30-minute that's giving you a slightly higher low right next to positive territory. So if that 30-minute curls up, like, this thing could rocket to the upside. What about 4.8 resistance? Let's go into a 15. Look at 4.8. Hmm. 4.8. I mean, I get what you're saying. You see the wicks, and we couldn't close above that, really. So you could mark that off. Now, one thing that I would like to say about trading something that's actually hurt me in the past is having too much info, right? So having too much info can hurt you. You really just want to be like, okay, what are the key levels that I need to make a move? Okay, 512. If it gets above 512, maybe I say, okay, I'm going to do it. See if it can break through 739, right? That's all I would really look into, because once you start to say, oh, there's resistance at 20 points in here. Like, if I have a thing that looks like this, right? I go boom, boom. I'm just marking these randomly, by the way. If I just do this, then I'm like, oh, if I have resistance here, I could go to here. If I have resistance here, and then that pulls back, I could go to here. And then if I have resistance, you're going to really complicate it. I want you to keep it as simple as possible, and it will really help you out. It's really not as complicated as you think. If the 15-minute does hit this point and it's not able to break through, and we see this curl up and curl back down, this is going to not be able to go positive for even very long. Maybe it might go positive for a moment, and you're just going to see that rotate down. That means, oh, I take a chance on it on this bar here, and I say, hey, there is a probability of a change in trend, because right now it's a bearish trend. And then you would say this, if that goes positive, I can hold on to it. But if that rotates back down, then there is a chance that that goes back to negative. So if that goes negative, I would say, uh-oh, I'm not going to do this, because that's how I could get screwed. And then if that flips right back around, you just got to trade like water until the real move is going to happen, right? You're going to see this act very funky today. The person who buys Nvidia at 1040, what kind of returns is he looking at? I can't believe how people just want to press a buy button at any price. So I think that a lot of people buying at these levels are, one, bag holders, but two, I think they're banking on, oh, there's going to be a split. Now 1040 is technically going to be worth 104 at the 10-to-1 split, and therefore I could have it at 104, and if it runs back up to 1,000, I'll do it. That's not smart. Its market cap right now is already bigger than a lot of countries, so yeah, it's not looking very good. It's not looking very good. Like, if it would get to a market cap where it 10-to-1 splits and then goes to 1,000 again, you're looking at it being what? Almost worth like America's whole GDP. That's probably the biggest bubble I've ever seen. AMC's at 487. June, watch out. June, watch out. It's about to go to 5.5. All right, still the first resistance you pay attention to, I would say 50. Well, let's just look at this closing bar right here. That'll tell us a solid number. 510. Let's go 5.5. Yeah, this is one to watch. Let's keep looking around here. Let's take a peek at Nvidia. We haven't looked at that in a moment. As of right now, you came down and you tested the gap resistance, right? So gap support, I mean. So gap support right here, you tested it pretty perfectly. Awesome retest. Awesome retest. So what would I look for before I take a trade? You need reasons to take a trade, right? We talk about this a lot. On the live streams, we talk about this in the course a ton. We go in very depth of it, of exactly what you can look for. What would I look for here? 15-minute divergence. 15-minute divergence first. That's all I want to see first. If I see a 15-minute, that has a chance to rotate down. But notice my drawing right away. What could happen with a 15-minute divergence? Okay, if we come down to this level and it's still going to hold up, what if we do something like this to fake you out one more time and then we get something like that? Do you see how I can immediately imagine what the price would do? And if it does that, I'm ready to react. So if this crosses up on the MACD on the 15-minute, we can see a move higher. We can see a move higher. There's a lot of calls up here at 1100, a lot. So if we go up towards 1100 today, like if this sees some kind of rapid move, I think people are going to take profit dramatically, and that's just going to be ripped away. When's GDP? I believe GDP is next Thursday. I'll look it up for you. Don't worry, I got your back. GDP, yeah, next Thursday. So May 30th, we get GDP. That is, the previous was 3.4, and the consensus and the forecast on this is 1.5 to 1.6. Okay, so you're looking for about 1.6 to 1.5 for that, which means we are not growing as fast. A little bit worrisome. Maybe XLU has an argument here, right? XLU already giving us the signal. So next Thursday, an hour before market open. Good crossing on AMC. So the 15-minute crossed. If it's able to go positive, all I want to do is switch to a 30-minute, and I can just start to scale up on my time frames and see if that continues. If the 30-minute crosses, guys, that's a very, very good signal. Now, the key level for this is actually a good level, June, if you want to pay attention to it. The key, the weekly expected move for AMC, I think I gave that out on Patreon at the beginning of the week. Yeah, pretty sure I did. Let me go look. Yeah, AMC's on there. 592. 592 is the level to pay attention to for the weekly expected move. So that just means that is as high as the market makers, the algorithms, and the options market is expecting AMC can go. So 68% chance we land below that line. But if you're going to see a crazy short squeeze, you are going to close outside of that line by the end of the day. That would be a short squeeze technically, right? Because that would be something that's unexpected by the market. That's key to understand, by the way. Someone saying, oh, the range is really small. Well, yeah, that's what the options market expects, right? Can we look at Meta? Yeah, we can look at Meta for you. Meta ripping. This one had 30-minute divergence, guys. We said not everything has to be bullish. I would like it to turn around, but that's a good divergence there. You see the divergence down here, able to cross, able to go positive. So now what do you want to see? If the 2 hours crossing up, that's a good sign for Meta. That's a good sign for Meta. So what I would look for is Meta maybe to try to test this high, double top, or come and test this level up here. Let's look for an important level. Where could it get to? Maybe we draw a trend line. You got to find any way to help yourself out. Maybe we touch all the way up to there. So I just watch out because you did have divergence right here. If we go make another high here, and that just rotates back down because XLU is telling us there's weakness in the market, okay, then I'm going to have a divergence right by negative territory, and this will be a position that I would personally be looking to go short on if I was looking at Meta. Tesla, let's look at Tesla for some dead cat bouncing that could be happening. Now, remember we told you Tesla had a lot of implied volatility going into today. I can literally tell you guys how much it had. Actually, I have my calculation right here. So Tesla had an implied volatility of 50.57%. The highest, yeah, it's the highest implied volatility out of all the stocks that we cover and give you those weekly and daily for the Friday, right? So what do I want to see out of this? Okay, I can see a big move. How far is that going to get? Well, it can get as high as 178.34. Where are we at right now? We're at 177. So you can get up just a tiny bit higher. 178, you can go a tiny bit higher, but resistance coming in here. Now, something that could be bullish is you notice the little head and shoulders that can form here. So just pay attention, right? If this rolls negative and then rolls back to positive. But that's one thing to note here. You're going to get close to the center line, maybe even go positive briefly, bait some people into some calls, and then rip it away. Yeah, I've seen some sketchy stuff, man. I think, like, you have to gain some more skills in this market to trade at all, really, unless you're just going to, like, buy the SPY and hold it for 30 years or whatever after a crash or something. Like, that makes sense. But just because I've now seen, I've looked at indicators on certain charts with some of these squeezes, and they're hitting readings that hit when the stock squeezed to like 300 from $10 in one day or whatever. And they're hitting that same reading when the stock goes from like $5 to $7. And I'm like, that does not make any sense. The stock should explode then. But yeah, it's just some sketchy time. I still have AMC up on my other screen. We're seeing if that can go positive now. That's the most important next step in order to say this can make a positive trend move. It has to get into positive territory. It makes total sense. Ooh, we're seeing that fade. So the daily expected move was just above you. Just above you, but resistance coming in at the high as of right now. Do you know what a liquidity grab is? Okay, so like this bounce right here. So if you do not have enough selling pressure down here and the market maker does want it to go down, they could pump the stock up to then get more people with selling positions in this area to push it back down. They need more positions. They need to grab some money here to push the stock back down. Does that make sense? They need to grab some more money here to push the stock back down. Does option chain, I mean, most of the time I only pay attention to options expiring at like more important ones are the third one of every month, which would actually be today. So today's a good one to pay attention to the options and like what they are for today and next week. This is usually the one that I would want to pay attention to. And we did look at Meta. It had a 30-minute divergence. It's curling up on the 2-hour and looks like it is heading up. So it looks good. It's in positive territory. I would look for a 2-hour divergence heading down, right? 2-hour divergence created if we go and test this high. Remember, we still have head and shoulders on the table as well, by the way, for Meta. You still have head and shoulders. So if this move is going to be brief, 30-minute, we'll roll back to negative. You're going to see it. It's very scary to hold over the weekend when you see a crash signal like XLU. If you're going to hold anything over the weekend, I highly suggest taking a hedge. Sorry, one more time. What was it? AMD. Yeah, let's look at AMD, see what's happening with that. So AMD seeing some good buying up here. Is the 15-minute going positive? Yes, it is. But this is exactly what you'd want to do. So you want to say this, like you were talking about liquidity grab. Is there a lot of liquidity here? Not necessarily. So they might want to pump the stock up to then grab some trades in here, grab some money in here to push it back down. This I would just pay attention. 5 minutes pretty positive. So you can literally watch a 5 minutes, see if this curls down, curls back up. That might not be the moment. Maybe you get a 5 minute divergence, and then you could say, okay, the 15 is going to fade. Is that close to the center line? Yes, it is. So breaking down, but you did take back 160.83. You're going up into a point that is just a box of resistance. You got to fake outs to the upside. Right now you could say, hey, fake outs to the downside. Now we're bouncing in it. We got to see if it's able to break back through. Mara, we haven't looked at yet, so I'm going to look at Mara. Mara, you got a 15-minute divergence. Let's see if it's on the 30-minute. I like my 30-minute better. You just have it on the RSI for the 30-minute, 2-hour. Getting closer to the center line, so I would say this. If the 30-minute can go positive and the 2-hour is able to curl up, you might be able to test this high and get back into the sell zone that we made a long time ago. See the sell zone? So that could mean, hey, maybe I make another point here. I go up like this. And then we see, maybe we have like a line across like this. Then we see a move, right? If it's going to get that positivity, then we see something like that. Look at that higher high. But then maybe on this right here, you have a divergence. And you would technically have not necessarily a divergence here, which this isn't really divergence here. It's flat. But you did have it on the RSI, so that could lead to a pullback. So this would make sense to make a move higher. I would really pay attention if that 15-minute is going into positive territory, because that's the chart that looks very reasonable. So if I was taking a chance on this, I would enter as a contrarian here, and then I would make sure that this is able to go positive. If that's not able to go positive, this just rolls over. You see that cross again, I wouldn't be in the move. And then you can do something like this and get right back in, but you just want to be managing that risk, trading like water. I see Meta diverges on 2 different time frames. Took just a few call contracts, sold not too long ago. Good job, Drew. See, someone spotted it. Someone in the channel spotted it. Thank you so much, Drew. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing. That's great. Mara did give you a great signal up here on the 30-minute, though. I remember we talked about this for a moment. Double top. You see the significant divergence, able to go negative after crossing. So that would tell you I'm a contrarian. Now it's down. So until this 30-minute goes positive, you're not convinced that this can even make another upward move. This could just, like, really, this could be a retest. So you got to be careful. I would say, let's look at a 5-minute for Mara. This one's interesting. I like it. I would say if this 5-minute rolls negative, I'd be very cautious for a triple divergence. It just could ruin your position for a little bit. Pulls down. Okay, then it makes a triple divergence down here. It would just ruin your position, but then you can maybe get back in if you see triple divergence on this 5-minute. And you have the divergence on the 15. So that might be the better opportunity in the future. Very, very good job, though, Drew. I'm glad you were able to spot it. Always on your toes. That's what we like to see. GME going positive. AMC up 6%. Is it curling up on the 30-minute? You guys know I like my 30-minute charts, man. I like my 30-minute charts. Hasn't fully curled up yet. Let's see if the next step has happened for the 15-minute. We're not positive yet. Look at that. We're almost there. You're almost there. So if you treated this as a contrarian, you said, hey, I'm going to take a chance on this bar right here. All right, now you want to see that go positive and break through these resistance levels. The first one, 510. But it's not my marked off resistance because I mean, if you're expecting a squeeze, you just want to pay attention to, I think it's 592, and then 739 is really important in my opinion. That's where the stops happened, up towards 739. Dude, I got to chug this coffee. I'm talking too much, guys. See what gold's up to. 30-minute. Yeah, see, I think this just curls up to the center line and probably just breaks. It might even just move sideways. Weirdly enough, boom across, left, big head, little right shoulder. It starts to head down. Which bar for AMC to look at to see a positive trend? Well, you want to start with the smallest one, I would say. So I like to start with the small ones if I'm paying a close attention to it. You want to see if this little blue line, goes across the center line. The RSI already did it. So the leading indicator already did it, right? This is the leading indicator. This is the lagging one. That's why I like to get in with the cross and be a contrarian. because this is a lagging indicator already. So technically I'm still lagging behind, and you could have got into this move right here on this big bar right here. But I like to go off of the MACD to get a little bit more confirmation. And then I see that go positive. You need that little blue line to go positive, and then that would be a confirmation on both of your indicators. Alex, thank you so much for joining the channel. Do you know how to program scripts for your 30-minute indicators? Basically, if you don't know, you could create signals that meet your criterias. You can. It's just I like to be in charge. I actually worked with my brother for a little bit. I like to be very involved with my trading is the overall thing. It keeps me accountable, and I'm not like trying to just make money on the side. Like I want to be watching everything that happens. And you could. Me and my brother actually worked on for a while creating our own almost like AI system. Not really AI, but just our own system that with the correct criteria, if we saw this and we got a higher reading on the divergence or something like that on both indicators at the same time on a certain chart, here's the position size. If we see them on multiple time frames at the same time, here's the position size. It would buy and sell it for us. And we would just do little 2 to 5% moves. But we worked on that. He doesn't have a lot of time, first of all. And second of all, I really like to be in charge of my trades. Like I like to. That's kind of the fun part about it too. It's like, it can be stressful, but you really can be like, hey, I'm doing this myself. Like you're like, it's all on me, and I like that pressure. Days, thank you so much for joining. And Alex, Days, Alex, Patricia, thank you guys for subscribing today. We love all you new subscribers coming in. Everyone, welcome. Say welcome, Days. Welcome, Alex. Welcome, Pat. Do you mind if I call you Pat? All right, Adam coming in. SEC and Citadel Securities broker short sale labeling rules. It's on Bloomberg. Ah, crap, frickin'. Well, what's the thing saying? Can you give me a breakdown of it? This. See if there's an article on it. I don't want some dude talking about it. What are they saying, first of all? I don't want to miss anything. Sorry if this makes your ears bleed. Okay, right now they're just chilling. Would you please watch Mr. Nvidia for when it starts to fade? Thanks, I'll be joining next week. Awesome, yeah, that works for me. Hymns, we can look at hymns. We haven't looked at that yet. And how did that silver do? We'll have to look at silver. Let me go look at Nvidia real quick again. For that fading, we'll have to see if that's going to fade. Remember, 15-minute divergence would be more of a reason to take a trade. This doesn't look like too much strength, but we could see this pump up and then ripped away outside of the daily expected move. So that's what I'm going to pay attention to. If you're going to get some kind of, lower high, you'll probably see that on a smaller chart. 5-minute rolls negative here. That would kind of indicate, hey, we have a good shot to break through this level. Jagger, by the way, I'm new here and I love the content. Thank you so much, Jagger. Really appreciate it. We're going to go look at hymns, and then actually, let's do silver first, just because Mr. M7. M7's always here talking about silver. And I like it. I like to look at silver. And remember, silver, same, it kind of follows the patterns of gold a little bit. I did remember saying this was kind of lagging behind, and I think it had some strength. That's some good strength for SLV here. Now, what are we overall seeing? Not necessarily weakness in momentum. Just a pullback for silver that is close to the center line on the 2 hours, so we can see that rotate around. Okay, let's look at a 15-minute because I think you're going to get some little divergences. Yeah, you have the divergence on the RSI, but not necessarily the MACD at the same time. I like them at the same time, and I like red impression for mine, but sometimes a rejection is stronger. So if this is able to really make a move up and go positive, I would just start to trickle up on my 30-minute. Does that go positive? Okay, cool. And just make sure you continue to get confirmation. Hourly looks pretty good. If hourly crosses up, I think you're convinced that this is going to make at least a pretty good move. It's still pretty far away from the high, but I think if the hourly turns up, you got a good shot. Testing the high, going to make a new one. 2 hour would be the best one, though. You can see how high up 2 hour is on the MACD. So if that crosses up, I'd say, yeah, test the high. go make a new one. But hourly is what I would pay attention to. You like a 3-month? Probably on actual like silver futures, I'm guessing. Oh, isn't it? That looks like a cup and handle. Cup, handle. This thing might... Damn. What does gold have? I should really be looking at futures for this. Gold looks different than silver. Gold looks really different. Gold made the cup and handle just like it did, but silver's lagging behind, so silver might be an opportunity. Ethereum down 2%. See, that's what I was saying yesterday. I'm like, people who... a lot of stuff crashes if things are looking bad. Actually, one thing we need to look at is hymns. We gotta look at hymns real quick. Hymns, this is one of the... This is one of the short seller stocks, correct? Am I incorrect with that? Ooh, gave you a great signal for this buy. Ooh, great signal. Look at this divergence. This is beautiful. Oh, that is so good. Okay, so you see how, because we talk about in the course, look how steep that is, and look how significant. We talk about the significance and how important this is, and we'll talk about that more in the course if you take it, but we don't want to get into it too much right now. But look how significant that is. Good amount of significance there. And that's telling me, hey, this can flip over the daily chart. That means we can roll up the daily MACD. So if I see a 2-hour divergence like that, I click on a daily. Did that curl up? There's my confirmation for more upside. Even with this, this fading here, you still could just be pretty confident with it. You never really drop below your 5 and close below it again after that drop. And then this bar right here told you, yeah, hold on to that bad boy. Something's going to happen. Boom, something happened. Very good trade from about 13 all the way up to 1850. And then around this level, what would you be saying? Well, I'm testing the high and I'm getting above it. Most likely sellers will be above here. And I do have divergence. So if this does completely reverse, it makes sense. It makes sense. But because of the context of it, I would say 30-minute is probably needing to go positive. If you wanted to get a little bit better looking chart, I'd say an hourly. You see how the hourly is right by positive territory. So you can get another big move as long as the hourly crosses up, get some solid momentum. You can probably test these closing levels, test the high, maybe even go make a new one. Yeah, that's what I saw, M7. I was like, it looks like a cup and handle. Hopefully that was helpful, Jagger, and welcome to the channel. Appreciate you being here. Good luck with your hymns trade. It looks pretty good. One that I haven't looked at was this one. I've heard a lot of people talking about Bed Bath & Beyond. I haven't looked at this at all. Look at it on a daily first. You got to look on the daily first. Ooh, good divergences in the near term here. But this stock looks like hell. Like, doesn't it look like this looks like hell? But if this has a bunch of... See, I haven't done research on the short sellers behind Bed Bath & Beyond, if they're even there. And we can look at Bitcoin in a moment. Zscaler, I don't necessarily know what that is. I'm sorry, your mom's basement, but I'll maybe take a look at it if we can get through Bitcoin real quick. You have divergence. You're just really far away from going positive on the daily scale. 2 hour, you're close to going positive, though. There's a divergence. If you believe that there is some problems happening with this would be an opportunity. You really want to treat stuff like this one because it looks a lot sketchier, Bed Bath & Beyond does. If you're going to do anything with this one, I would be like, me personally, I'd be like, man, I better be willing to lose that $500 to $1,000 I put in. That's what I would say about Bed Bath & Beyond because that's really low. And it's like the short sellers, unless they get caught in the next couple of days, you're kind of worried that just goes to zero. It could happen with that cup and handle. It really could. You could see a flight to safety to silver, and silver's cheaper than gold. But a lot of the time in big crashes, silver and gold actually do crash. So you just pay attention to the signals. M7, you're pretty good at it. You're pretty good at watching that silver and gold stuff, and I think you'll be just fine. Trading like water, making sure you're paying attention to the signals. You're pretty hawk-eyed with it. Would I consider buying any kind of... Oh, wait, let me look at Bitcoin, and then we'll get to the SPY again. Okay, let's go look at what Bitcoin's doing. Bitcoin here, the main thing to pay attention to is a 2-hour about to curl up. Okay, I like the 2-hour on Bitcoin is pretty much like a 30-minute for the real trading hours, right? The regular trading hours, in my opinion. So I like my 2 hours, my 4 hours, and my dailies for Bitcoin. Okay? That's step one. Step two. Did we really have reversal signals on a 2 hour here? Well, we had pullback signals, a flatness, right? You see the flatness of the MACD. We see flatness on the RSI, not necessarily significant though. So that's something we talk about in the course, right? When it's flat like this, we tell you exactly what's going to happen here. So what this leads me to believe is this could be some kind of pullback. So maybe if I want to go into my 15-minute, aka the hourly, what do I see? I see a divergence right here. So if this divergence crosses, I can be a contrarian. The direction right now, the trend is negative. That means down, down, down. But if I want to be a contrarian for a moment, and I say this looks bullish from a contrarian standpoint, and then I just need that to actually go positive. So what would I be waiting for? I'd be waiting for a confirmation on the 2 hour. And for that to actually go positive, you're still pretty negative though, so be a little sketched by that. But if you start to see major positivity, the 4 hours right by the center line, this is your kind of guarantee that you're going to go test this higher, go make a new one. I still think we have a target for 80, I think I said 82,000 for Bitcoin, and I don't necessarily see the biggest reversal signals. The only thing that worries me here is if this daily crosses down. But we're seeing some good wicks here. If this crosses down, XLU is telling you crash signal at the same time. That means weakness can come and we might head towards this box at 51,000. Let me talk about the SPY for Kosh real quick. Mr. Patel. Oh, also XLU seeing a good bounce now. Look at this, 15-minute. Where's it getting? By the center line. Uh-oh. We'll have to see what happens with XLU. Remember that as long as that stays confirmed, we know there is weakness here on the daily scale. Looking at the SPY, what would cause me to take any kind of trade here? Not a lot would convince me to take a trade on the SPY. As far as today goes, volatility has some setups, right? That's why I'm taking volatility, but the SPY itself, I would say what I would like to see happen is I see a crossing down of the MACD on the daily scale. And then all I would do is look at what the 30-minute looks like. If that's oversold again, if that crosses down and I see that bounce back up, well, pretty much it's this. Like genuinely, pretty much it's this. 15-minute. Okay, you're in negative territory. So if I wanted to take a longer short position and I see that XLU signal and I'm trying to get in on a position, I'm going to at least wait for a shorter time frame swing trade. So that would mean I get close to the center line, maybe I even cross through it and I see that cross down. Because if I wait till this crosses back down, I know there's confirmed more downside to test this low or go make another one because it's in negative territory. But if this would continue up and go like this and not cross, then we have the potential for some kind of recovery. So I don't want to just YOLO something because of it. Now, I could have multiple reasons to take a trade. Okay, I'm outside of the daily expected move. The 15-minute crosses down like this. The 15-minute on the MACD crosses down. The RSI goes below the center line up in this area. That would be multiple reasons to take a trade. And then I would just take out a month out position because I don't, this isn't the perfect setup for me. So just in case I have to scale in or something like that. I hope that's helpful, Kosh. Yeah, your 529, 530 level. Actually, 530 would be great if you can get up to that level. It really would. SCPX on the upside. CPX. Scorpius Holdings. God, I love looking at charts that I've just never seen before. Well, 30-minute dropping down. So the trend is negative here and you haven't been oversold yet. So I'd be a little bit worried because what I'm seeing is this could be a right shoulder. This could be a right shoulder. And you're technically getting confirmation of more downside and you really haven't had that much downside. So what I would say here is I would mark this off right there. And I'd say about 0.09, anything below that. Now, if you're looking for this to go to the upside, you need this 15-minute to go positive. So I'm not saying it has to break down. It's just the 30 minutes telling you it's going to. But if this turns up, this is how you get screwed. Like if I took a short here and said the 30 minutes crossing down, I'm swing trading this to the downside, waiting for it to get oversold and take profit. Okay, I would pay attention to how I could get screwed. How could I get screwed if I go short here? Well, if this just curls right back up and goes positive, I have little divergences in here. I have little divergences in here. Now, is that on the RSI right now? Let's double click on this. You kind of have one right here and flatness as of now. So you want to see how this next bar prints in the next 12 minutes. But that's what I'd be looking for. 15-minute goes positive. Then you can go into a positive trend and maybe you see some upside. But it kind of looks like a head and shoulders at this point. So you just have to be a little cautious. You got to be a little cautious. But if you see that 15-minute curl and go positive, then you could say, okay, now I have a reason. The 15-minute can go positive. I hope that that was helpful, Jackson. I hope that that was helpful. INTU is the worst performer on S&P 500 today. Do you think it's a good buy to go long? Let me look at this first, and then we'll check on AMC, okay? Inuit. Oh, frickin' A. I don't trade around earnings, first of all. The second thing is it a good buy? You probably got to look on a daily scale. I mean, could you get a bounce here? Yes. But you have a divergence up here. I would not mess around with this. I would not be buying this. Even if I see a bounce, I do not care. I would not be buying this. You have a red impression starting to print on the histogram. You have triple divergence. You have a lot of divergence up in this area that led to weakness. And now you have solid divergence here, solid divergence between this level, solid almost double top divergence here. And you're right by the center line. This most likely will break through the 200 over the next 30 days. Now, it doesn't mean it can't see a bounce, okay? This is very, very oversold. So what would I like to see? Well, I'm not seeing reversal signals just yet. So if, you know, the scary part here is you're maybe saying, oh, this dropped dramatically. Now we can see this happen. Think of the other side of the coin. What if this just moves sideways? Sideways and slightly up. And then this goes like this. And then it drops again. More so, treat this, I would say swing trade. The direction has been chosen. If this builds up like this and gets close to that center line, hey, you just got an entry point for the next big drop. That's how I would look at it. And how about this? If enough people take the course, then maybe I'll even add a swing trading section. How about that? We'll just add a swing trading section to it. So then you get swing trading in the course as well. And all you people who bought the course already, maybe you bought it for $200, and since it's 50% off at $100 right now, maybe we'll just add a little swing trading section to it. If enough people take it, let's see. If enough people think swing trading is important. So just if you buy the course over the weekend and you think swing trading is important, try to shoot me an email and just say, hey, I would like to see swing trading. Tesla looks like inverted head and shoulders. Right now, I'm going to say by Sunday, but I'm going to say the long weekend, I'll keep it up. And then most likely I'll have it go to the end of the month because that makes the most sense. But if volatility remains high and there is demand for it, I will leave it up there. Okay? I pay my bills being a swinger. Oh, God, Laws. I wish you could see my face. That actually made me laugh. I already took the course. Swing trading would be a pretty good addition. Okay. So if there's enough demand from some new people, they want to get some swing trading knowledge, I'll add that to the course. Just email me if you take the course over the weekend and let me know. Or just shoot me an email, Gabo, just so I get a little ticker of how much it would be. Leave it to the end of the month, please. Okay, I'll do it. One person says it. I'll at least leave it until the end of the month. And if we see the crash signal, you know, if we get that double top crash signal for the XLU, I will, I'll leave it up a little bit longer. But for now, end of the month. Now, who just said something? I was going to check something. XBI, that was it. Biotech ETF, okay. Biotech has seen some crazy halts in it lately. 30-minute, you're very far away from the center line. You're in a negative trend. Can you see a bounce here? Yeah, you can see a bounce. But this has to recover all the way to positive territory. Look how far away you are. You're very far away. So most likely what happens here is you do this, and then you do this, and then this would be an actual signal to take a trade, right? You got to be patient. Patience is something we talk about in the course as well. But I'm glad some people are interested in swing trading. A long weekend, bank failures, that could happen. Now, why would banks fail? Well, what if all this AMC and GME stuff just makes them have to go so liquid that they take their money out of the financials? What if they take their money out of the banks themselves? What if they have to, you know, get rid of a lot of money and then banks can't give out loans? Like, that would be kind of crazy. I don't know if that's even plausible. I haven't looked into that at all. It's just a thought that popped in my head. But to me, it looks like ITB is not indicating strong downside. Do you have any idea what the buyer was thinking? ITB construction. First of all, you're going to have 15-minute double bottom. Good rejection double bottom. So you have triple divergence down here. This is a great sign that you're going to see a 30-minute definitely curl up. A triple divergence on the 15-minute can curl up a 2-hour. So 2 hours still far away from positive territory, but you could get a decent bounce here. If I would have saw this before this gap up, we would have been talking about it. But this looks like a solid bounce can come. $100 put. But to me, it looks like ITB is not indicating strong downside. I don't see strong downside. I do see negative trend. The 15-minute is able to go positive. That's a good sign. You want to flip up to the next one if the 30-minute rolls down. So I would say if this 15-minute rolls down, then you might make one more point of divergence for a 30-minute. I like 30-minute divergences better. That's the opposite of what the big money play was. Unless they know something and they're going to manipulate in some way. Now, you still want to treat this as a trade, in my opinion, right? The direction is down until this starts to be like something you can swing trade up. The 2 hours is very far away. So you could just see a solid bounce here and then see that just rotate back down and see the 2 hour just rotate back down. And then that's where swing trading can come in. What do I think Apple will do? I think Apple's bouncing and then it's going to fade. I haven't looked at it in a minute here. Wasn't there something else I was supposed to look at, by the way? My ADHD kicked in. 2 hour getting close to the center line could produce some kind of bounce here. We talked about that in our video yesterday. 15-minute able to go positive. So this is where you want to pay attention. This is where you really want to pay attention because this is where you can start to see that trend either turn to the positive side or continue by crossing back down in negative territory. 5-minute. If that, I would watch a 5-minute. If that is able to really curl down and go negative, then you'd say, hey, maybe I test this low. Watch out for a little 5-minute divergence for a more significant bounce. But as of right now, the direction is down. The daily hasn't crossed over yet. So, but if this 15-minute goes positive, you might just say, okay, now I don't want to lose any money, right? We talked about taking profit down here with the steep divergence here on the RSI. You can kind of see it with this low right here. Okay, so you have the steep divergence between these two lows, but you don't have it on the MACD at the same time. So I'm still feeling like this is a kind of like a dead cat. I think it's a liquidity grab. Grab some money. That way we can push it even further down, and then I make a divergence at the same time. That would be more what I look for. See the divergence too. The MACD is still far away from the center line. So it's doing the work to get there, but it's outside of its daily expected move. And you still have 5 hours of trading, and 33% of the trading happens in the last hour of the day. I think it fades, but it doesn't matter what I think. I would really pay attention to 5-minute. The likely scenario here is you're in bullish context. You're in a bullish trend. So if you do see this reverse over, sure, you can be contrarian and say this could go negative. But if that just goes like right back like this, you want to trade like water. You want to be like, okay, now it's probably going to make a divergence and then do something like this. We end outside of daily moves a lot more than weekly moves because there's more daily moves than weekly moves. Except for in individual stocks, we can only do one a week. But it is definitely a swing trade. There's over 2,900 open interest on the 12600 put. So yeah, it could be a swing trade to the downside. I would say on a 2 hour chart for that one. Maybe you could look at an hourly. What was it? ITB. My mic's in a weird place. I can't like see. Ooh, wait a second. You got 5-minute divergence right now. So you could get a pullback here. So if you're not in this play yet, you could get a pullback here. And then if that's able to hold up, that would be a good sign for the next move higher, and then maybe you get a more bigger bounce, actually. I think the hourly towards the center line is what I'd pay attention to. I don't look at hourlies often, but sometimes it makes sense to. Yeah, we can look at AMC again. AMC up 6.37%. GME going back to negative. I'm going to check if there's halts on that thing. It is positive. Is it? Still not positive yet. You literally can do this, by the way. We tell people if you're struggling with it to do this in the course. Just do this, double click it, type 0.00, okay, or type 0.00. Now it's on that center line. Now you'll know blatantly if that's crossing. So has that crossed yet? No, it hasn't. So no big positivity there just yet. We haven't really seen too many wicks in this yet. Let me go look. Darwin, okay, thank you. I was just wondering what the big money put buyer was thinking, since I see that the trend is down, but it looks like ITB might recover. Yeah, I'd look for a little bit of recovery. Just keep paying attention to shorter time frames, and then if you see the hourly go up towards that center line, I'd say anytime that crosses over, you're going to see another drop back down, in my opinion. What was I doing? I was going to look at if there are any halts on anything. Halts on Golden Star acquisition. And Blue World acquisition recently. Market strategist, what are you saying?
10-year treasury yield at 5%.
Yeah, they're talking about the yield. Okay, let's go look at the yield real quick. That thing started to fade. Yeah, it started to fade right at where it needs to cross above. Look at that. Fades right there. Is this a 2-hour pullback? Ooh. This actually looks like maybe a 2-hour double top. This looks like it could be, you know, divergence over here. Yeah, that's divergence up here. It looks like TLT might get a bounce from this. Now you want to see the same thing at the same time. 2-hour by the center line. This is great, like a swing trade. TLT is about to go up. Is that going to be a flight to safety? You got divergence down here as well on the 30 minutes. So if that can go positive, 2 hours most likely going to break through, and we might see upside for TLT. Why would we see that? Maybe there's a flight to safety. Volatility breaking down. Does it cross on this 2-hour? I'll scale in again. I don't give a shit. I'll scale in again, homie. 30-minute did cross down for sure. Anytime that curls back up, I'll just hold. I don't need to scale in too much. But if it makes another point of divergence, I will scale in again. If they keep giving me opportunity to scale in and just make my price better, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm prepared to scale in, I think, 2 more times. Yeah, 2 more times in this move. No, wait, that was my third, so 1 more time. Good. Singularity just got halted. Yeah. Let's go look at the PCC. You're seeing puts trickle up, so more upside could come, but it's not dramatic. You kind of want the higher put side, so you want this to be above. You want this to be above 0.96, and then you definitely, if it gets above 1.0, then you could say, oh, that could be bearish. And then right when it gets that peak, that's when the call side will come. So people are trying to short this right now. So if you look at the SPY, when did they start trying to short this morning? And then they all took calls, and then it faded. And then they all started to take puts at 9:30, which is an hour after the open. And at 9:30, what ended up happening, it squeezed them. So people tried to take puts right when this bar ended, and it squeezed those puts. And now people are still trying to short it. So we can keep going, which tells you something about Apple. We could see that keep going. Tesla, all these things can start to keep going. Amazon about to confirm that 30-minute divergence, by the way. Amazon could see a move here. Nvidia, not a lot of strength. That looks pretty flaggy. It looks a lot like cup and handle, doesn't it? It looks really like a cup handle. Not looking good right now for Nvidia. Looks like could fade by end of day. What's the Dow doing? Dow getting just a weak ass bounce. You know, it's from here you'd really want another liquidity grab. So up towards 39.4K. HGX. That looks good. So if HGX looks good, the market can follow that. 30-minute divergence maybe. Yeah, you got a solid rejection divergence down here. Triple divergence on RSI. So this looks like HGX might go up and we might see some scaling back up here. HYG, high yield growth, trying to participate in a negative trend on the 15-minute. That curls back down, but you do have good divergence here. Head and shoulders. Left head, right shoulder. If you look on a bigger time frame, you're going to see it a little better. Left head, right shoulder. You see the base right there. We can't close below that. You got to close below 76.84 for this high yield growth. XLU, woof, rapid move up. So I'd be saying this, like the daily was able to cross over. If that crosses back up, look for a tiny divergence here. Maybe that's the divergence. Maybe that's all the divergence you get. Maybe this is going to be a lot quicker than I think. Right? Maybe that's your pullback. Maybe this is the divergence. That's the signal. So maybe it's going to be quicker than I think. Damn. Yeah, physical is always the way to go, M7. XLU, yeah, rally there. 15-minute, right by that center line. So this is where you'd want resistance to start. If it just keeps going, then you know, hey, this isn't the crash moment. Now, what can happen here is, like, if this didn't produce enough liquidity, they could pop this up to this level, grab a little bit right here, and then really rug pull this thing. I'm going to watch this by end of day, but 30-minute able to curl up, getting, you know, not even positive yet. So I'm not saying this has to be a good upward move. Oh, socks. Oh, wait, let's just look at the semiconductor. I like this. Not a good look from a momentum perspective here. Very not good on the 30-minute. Contrarian look would say that's very weak. Oh, God, look at that. Oh, God. That doesn't look too pretty. I mean, you want to create a bigger handle here if you're going to go higher. Daily side. Big divergence there. You finally have the divergence at the same time for some kind of double top. That doesn't look good. But obviously it looks bullish. Like, this definitely looks bullish, right? We can't say it's not bullish. Then a bullish trend. We need that to cross over for us to be bearish in any way. AMC wants to pop. 7% now. Let's go look at your 15-minute. Let's see if this thing has gone positive yet. Oh, it's trying. It's trying its best. I don't have my other keyboard, by the way. That's why my drawings suck. Can't delete correctly. It wants to. It wants to. All right, Bloomberg, you're terrible. Get out of here. Oh my goodness. What a day. I'm trying to go live for a little bit longer, just to see if we see anything crazy happen, but it seems like maybe the last hour of the day is when we're going to see that craziness come in. If I start to see something crazy, if I get off the live and I see something crazy, I might hop back on. So keep those notifications on. Gold not seeing the most strength there. Coin with a good move. All right, SPY able to go positive on the 15-minute. Now you got to see if that turns back around from here. It's outside of the daily move, so there's your 530 price point. If that crosses back down, that's not a good sign. So 5-minute crosses down, you can be contrarian, and then if that goes negative, then we're probably at least going to come down into this area of 527. But you just want to really pay attention anytime that curls back up. XLU up 1.29%. So now if the 5-minute can help you out, if that keeps curling up, then you know it's positive trend. 15-minute going positive. So 5-minute curling up is what you don't want to happen if you want some kind of crash to happen. Let me see. I'm just going to look at stuff on my other chart for a second here. Apple just screaming to the upside. Didn't even care about the resistance at 188. Actually, it did for a second there. Fade, resistance, fade. Then it bursted through. So third knock on the door. All right, what are you guys chatting about in here? TLT and silver. So TLT looks like the 30-minute chart looks pretty good, honestly. Contrarian would say, hey, there's a point of divergence right here. Okay, hey, maybe I even just buy in after that. Okay, there you go. There's your dip. So now you want to see if that 2 hour is able to rotate up. 2 hours able to rotate up, and you're seeing the opposite signal on the 10-year. So if the 30-minute can go positive, then you would say the 2 hours most likely curling up, and we're going to see some kind of another push, which would be breaking the channel. That would mean TLT is going into a positive trend. And TLT's been, if you zoom out, TLT's been heading down dramatically ever since December, right? Right when the insiders started selling and the dollar started to scale up. What happened? Well, TLT started to drop dramatically. Those yields pushed higher. So if that still holds, then that would say the market might go down. Is it looking toppy yet? I mean, you have the signals for some kind of top in the next 30 days. That thing's screaming higher. Ooh. Hey, remember this. This is technically divergence at this level. Technically, this is divergence. If that can confirm down from here today, then I think you're good. That's why I'd be cautious holding over the weekend. We're seeing big swings, which means volatility's back. Even though volatility still remains low, that just means the fear is still not in the market yet. So I would pay attention to a 5-minute, by the way. IAX, I'd pay attention to a 5-minute. This is a screaming up move. You might need this to digest. See if it gets a retest of 457.30. If that does happen and it curls back up, right? Curls back up, positive territory, then you can say, look for this by the end of the day. And if that pops up, that's maybe a scale in to make that position a little bit better. I'd be a little careful though. I don't short the Qs or the SPY. I don't play the SPY or the Qs like ever. I always look for individual stocks. Crash technically not invalidated, according to XLU. The only way it's invalidated is if this turns back to green. And the thing with the crash, it just means it's not right now. But we have a lot of time left, guys. We have a lot of time left. Like, don't think that, remember, this stuff has to hold by the end of the day if you're talking about invalidations, right? And all this has to do is do this. And that's the signal. That's the signal of the crash right there. So, because you'll get something like this. A little green bar, maybe. It'll be very tight. That'd be the tightest one I've ever seen. Usually it's like, hey, 1 to 2 weeks of selling in the SPY as XLU trickles down, then that pushes back up for 1 to 2 weeks, and then that crash happens. So it still looks like in the next month we're going to see some kind of top. And this is a crash signal, so. We will have to see. That's why I take out further out expirations and I'm willing to scale in. VIX kissed it, rejected it. So now what am I looking for? 2 hour crossing down on the MACD. This would give me my next scale in. So if the stock market is going to make another higher move by end of day, and it comes down to this point, I'm probably just going to scale in a third time. Be pretty confident in it. But yeah, Pablo, I see what you're saying. A lot of things look like it's invalidating, if you will. But just know that the main signal is not. 2 hour beat down to the center line for the dollar. You want to see if the 4 hours crossing going negative. 4 hour crossing means we could see that bullishness come in. I think you might not be far off M7. Now, I think it'll take a lot of time to get there, though. I think maybe the initial drop is a little scary, and then we start to do bear market things. Because people are so, dependent on data. Getting ready for a higher move. Yeah, AD, I am. I am AD. I think this is my last scale-in opportunity right here. If this is going to drop even further. But we get reactions from 1212, so what was it? Started to scale in, scaled in again, scaled in again. Now we start to pop down. I didn't scale into this move, actually. I need to look at my positions. Give me 1 second. I got to look at my positions. Because I might have to scale in with 2 position sizes at once. Yeah, I have 2 position sizes to scale into. $30-minute just now going negative for the volatility as well. Excuse me, had to burp. Not looking at a 4 hour. Ew, 4 hour charts. Ew. Uh-oh. Remember, this is still pretty early on in the day. 68% chance we land down in this area. 32% chance we see something a little crazier. What could crash the market? These guys. Ooh, that 30-minute looks like... I think the 15-minute is going to be positive now. Yeah, 15-minute was able to go positive. So there's your confirmation for a positive trend. Now you have to break above resistance. Take this wick. You're in like an expanding wedge or something right now. Or maybe it's a channel. Let's see if it's a channel. Looks like a channel, pretty much. Means you could be flagging. 1 hour crossed up. Good sign for momentum to head up, actually. 2 hour not negative yet. 30-minute about to go positive. So this is pretty good. I think it looks good. This is probably what you want to see today with that cat system going out there. I'm going to click around on my other screens real quick and just look around for you guys. Meta starting to give up that move a little bit. Watch out for the head and shoulders. So you want to pay attention to how you can get screwed by Meta. And that would be the 15-minute curls back down. I think from there you're like, okay, maybe not the best moment. And then see that curl down and then curl back up. That's what I'd say for Meta. So if we want to go over to that real quick. Meta, you see how it's starting to fade the move. Look, it's right where you create the big head and shoulders. You convince everyone to buy calls. And then look at that, it starts to taper back down. Come back down like this, and then see if it pops up again for divergence. You always want to be aware of that. But if this can roll over and go negative, right? So even if you're bullish on this, this is a good area maybe to take some off the table and then see that turn back around, re-enter trade as a swing trade. All right, sorry, I lost some steam. I got to drink more coffee or something. Chugged it. Freaking chugged it. So if this 15-minute crosses down, then you would say this 2 hour most likely is not going to lead to much right now. And then you'd say if that 15-minute curls back up, that's when you can pay attention. But XLU, the crash signal is still there. You're still crossed on the MACD. are a solid move, man. And now I want to see if there's no halts. This guy. If this 2 hour is not able to cross, then that would be a rejection. 30-minute can just cross back down. So 15-minute, if that crosses down here, then the crash signal is definitely still in play if this crashes down from here. Or if this just curls down. I don't want to say crash, sorry. Sometimes I just say crash, but if the 15-minute can curl down, look where it is, negative territory. So that would be you just don't want to do that. You want to kind of reject that crossing, I think, and just see that go right back up into positive if we're not going to get a crash over the weekend. Hey, D-Light, thank you so much for joining us today. Hyperinflation is on the doorstep. You are very correct on that. And AD, oh yeah, AD, I did see your email. I'll try to email you back after the stream. But I think you'd be patient here. I think we could see something dramatic in the next 30 days or so, which would be right in line with your option. And I'll let you know if we're going to see that XLU curl back up, because that's something that would screw over that position even harder. For those of us who have the course, can you enlighten us a little in Amazon 30-minute divergence? Yes, we can go look at Amazon 30-minute divergence. Okay, so 30-minute divergence here for Amazon, right? So this is confirming. This tells you what? I have the opportunity to turn up on the 2 hour. What does the 2 hour have? It has a similar divergence. So that tells me what? I could turn up on the daily. And the daily is still in a positive trend. Even with the divergences, you have to pay attention to things like this. This is kind of how you get screwed. But that 30-minute divergence, the context of the market right now, if XLU continues downward, is very crash-like behavior. So you really want to make sure, if you're going to take this, that this 30-minute goes positive, I'd say, by the end of the day. And I would even maybe hedge against it over the weekend. It's going to be a sketchy weekend, in my opinion. But how would I pay attention to this right now? I'd look at a 15-minute if that rule is negative, or maybe even a 5-minute, right? 5-minute, you have divergence up here. So if this starts to confirm down from here, there's no reason to take the trade anymore. So now you know the divergence is there. Like, just keep it in your head. I know there's 30-minute divergence with this low. This is what I do a lot of the time. I know there's a divergence here, but just so I don't get screwed, I see the divergence for some kind of double top. If I zoom on this a little bit, you're going to see the flatness here of the MACD. We see a downward move of the RSI, a little bit significant there. So if we see some kind of drop, maybe it needs to grab some more liquidity here before it bounces. So I'll just pay attention to this 5-minute. If it crosses, I'm going to be out. And then if it just crosses right back up, right back in. Right back in. That's trading like water. I'm not going to let them fool me. They try to fool me again. I'm not going to let them fool me. That's kind of how I treat it at this point. I wouldn't take any trade based on a 5-minute divergence to the downside. I would more use it as, I know there's 30-minute divergence, which is stronger. Maybe they just need to grab more money and then see that turn back up. See that turn back up. Does that make sense? JC, does that make sense? I hope you're still here, JC. I'm sorry, I just now read that. Miles is hoping everyone had a solid morning. Coin will plummet. Let's go look at coin. That's a big move. Okay, good, JC. That's how you trade like water. That's what we're going to talk about. That's the video we're going to put out, JC, since you took the course. Just remember that we are updating it this weekend. So highly encourage everyone. It's 50% off. We're going to do to the end of the month for some people who are asking about it. But it's a really good opportunity to do it over the weekend. I hope AMC crossed a bullish trend now. It technically did on a 15-minute. Course, link course is down in the description. It says $200 on it, actually. I need to change that. Let me go change that real quick. I think it says $200. It's not $199 or $200. It is $100 right now. It's 50% off. That way we can all, learn a little bit before some craziness happens, because XLU is showing you guys some craziness might happen very, very soon. So it already is crazy. Like, look at this market behavior. We expected some crazy market behavior today. But yeah, it's $100. It's not 200. Very cheap. Very, very good. We just want people to be able to get it. That way you guys have the knowledge before this market just rips everything away from you. I updated that so you see it. But yeah, it's the technical analysis and options strategy. So you get all the technical analysis stuff, and I give you an options strategy, and you also get, you know, weekly ranges, things like that. And then if you want my weekly ranges, I just show you a way to do it on Robinhood. So even if you don't want to join the Patreon, I still think it's really, really useful because you're going to get my opinion every single week in one video on a Tuesday or a Wednesday during market hours. Most of the time it will be during market hours, which means you can react based on what happens. And then you just want to make sure to really focus on how you can get screwed once you take those trades. That's going to help, and we're going to add that this weekend. 95 likes is what I see. Gosh dang it, guys. 5 more. Come on. 100 likes on this stream. We got to get to 100 every stream. Oh, gosh. Okay, so coin. First of all, 5-minute drops. This isn't necessarily like screaming, hey, I'm going to reverse back into a negative trend or anything. This could make a 5-minute dip down, get close to the center line, curl back up. Then you would look for some 5-minute divergence, maybe. But as of right now, maybe a 15-minute, you see that's able to go positive. Technically, it would be multiple point divergence at this point. 30-minute, yeah, you'd have multiple point divergence at this level. So if this is overexcited, if the 5-minute does not curl back up by the end of the day and you don't see divergence, anything like that, okay, it's still bullish. But if this starts to confirm down on a 15-minute, that's really close to negative territory, and you have multiple point divergence across the way here. So even though it's a great bounce, it's a great bounce, I get it. There's probably a 5-minute divergence down here. There is a 5-minute double bottom on the RSI and a rejection on the MACD. I like it to show red impressions personally. It just makes me feel good about it. But this is technically almost so close to being a double bottom, but you see the rejection able to go positive there. This kind of signaled you, hey, upside, a little bit of a pullback, boom, starts to head up. So now if we curl back down on this MACD, it's in more of a positive trend on a 5-minute. So it still looks good for coin. I'd just be worried about coin when Bitcoin. Bitcoin could turn up on the 2-hour here. That would be a good sign. Is Bitcoin going to explode? I still think it has a chance to get to about 82,000. Mara's starting to give up a little bit here. So see, even Mara, it's like similar thing. 5-minute curls down, then curls back up. Now we can get to a sell-off zone. And then you can pull up a 2-hour. And if this was a play you were looking for, well, a 2-hour, if you get this push up, you might have a great triple divergence here. And then in a sell-off zone. So you have more than 3 reasons to take a trade, which means the trade's pretty good. Meta really fading that move a little bit now, going from 480 down to 476, about a 1% down move there. I'm gonna keep AMC and GME on here, and I'm gonna leave you guys on the SPY real quick, and I'm gonna use the bathroom. Okay, I gotta go upstairs to use the bathroom. So I'm going to put this on a 5 minutes so we can see some tighter time frames here, see if that goes negative. As of right now, it's still in positive context, okay? There's no real reversal in trend signals, but we're closing below that daily expected move. So if this can curl down to that center line, maybe it gets another push higher, but we'll have to see what happens with that. Also, AMC is officially in a positive trend on the 15-minute. Now you just want to make sure that's not rolling over. As far as this bar goes, it's in a positive trend, so you got to wait for this bar to print. But you're getting pretty tight too, so we can see something happen there. All right, guys, I'm going to use the restroom, and I will be right back. A great opportunity as I'm gone. Go click that link down in the description. $100, 50% off until the end of the month. You only have a week left to get it. It's the weekend, so if next week's going to be a crazy one, we get GDP, we have that CAT system, we have all these meme stocks. If you want to learn how to trade better, learn about the indicators, check out that down in the description right now. I will be back in 2 minutes. Alright guys, what happened while I was gone? Why is AMC not to a million? What the hell? Alright guys, so I went upstairs, had to check on the girl. We gotta go to the grocery store, but I'm eating a snack here. I heated up some egg rolls so that I could hang out with you guys just for a little bit longer. He's off to powder his nose. Yeah. Willow, I'm here. No, not done for the day, not just yet. I'm gonna eat my snack with you guys, and then we're gonna do our little breakdown here, and then I have to go to the store. Okay, so I'm gonna try to mute in between so you guys don't hear me going. Oh yeah, we haven't looked at DJT. I'm gonna look at that. DJT 30-minute divergence looks likely. Ooh, no, a little higher, higher low. So 30-minute can go positive. That's a good sign. Is the 2-hour close to the center line? No, it's pretty deep. So if we get a reaction here, just remember you're still negative trend. 1 hour might have a look to it. So yeah, I'd look at a 1 hour if we're going to keep flagging like this. If we cross down at any time, that could go down. Now I know there is some short interest problems here, so just pay attention if, like, you know, crazy stuff starts happening with AMC and GME, which AMC is curling up on the hourly into positive territory. You have a 15-minute that's going positive, but it's starting to rotate negative as of right now. Apple on the 5-minute did cross down, but this is what I'm talking about. See how it's not strong downward move. So if this is able to hold up pretty good, that's something you could pay attention to. It means there might be another upward push, and this isn't the moment, but be careful with this. I think you might get some 5-minute divergences going into the last hour of trading, and we might see some crazy shit happen. If I start to see some crazy stuff happen, I might go live again this afternoon, so turn those notifications on. So see, now it looks like AMC trying to rotate down. So if it does rotate down, you can look for 15-minute divergence or 5-minute curling back up into positive territory for AMC. So if you notice, AMC was able to go positive on the 5-minute, so it's still in a positive trend on the 5-minute. See if that can curl back up. If it goes down, just be weary, okay? You can crash down to here. You can break through this flagging. This could be considered a flag and not necessarily a channel, right? This could be a flag, and maybe you want to go get some kind of divergence down towards 437 for that double bottom scenario. We'll pay attention, but the 5-minute here is actually pretty important, because if this goes negative, that tells you, hey, it could come down lower. But if this can hold up a little better over the next 20 minutes or so, it can hold up, maybe bounce back up, then you can say, hey, a little 5-minute move here, continuing the positive trend, which would make this 15-minute continue heading up, which is a good sign. But as of right now, you're seeing weakness come in, so you have to be paying attention to the 5-minute. Just crossed over, so Contrarian would say, hey, yeah, this trend could flip over. Am I seeing reversal signals here? Not necessarily on the 5-minute, but it's a 5-minute chart, so this thing can just drop down. Go look at the go look at that XLU play. What are we saying? The 5-minute did cross down. 15-minute, we did create some divergence here. We saw that pop up, but if the 15-minute just keeps going down, well, then the crash is still on the table. So yeah, they're gonna try to trick you. Just you gotta stay emotionally sound. We gotta stay emotionally sound and be like, okay, we're expecting them to rip us around a little bit. And now I'm going to read the chat and take a bite of this fried egg roll. Let me eat some grub real quick, because I'm slowly dying. Did I forget to bring down a napkin and just wipe my hands with yesterday's tank top? Yesterday's gym tank? Yes, I did. 100% comfortable with mentioning that to you guys. Bacon diet? I've done it. Back when I played a lot of sports, I was on a very like, I just did it myself. I did a fat and meat only diet. And then before big runs or big games, I would have like carbs 2 hours before, but SPY daily expected move, we're right on it right now. 529.47 to the upside. Pablo. Gee, I hope my account doesn't randomly get 2x'd for no reason. How sad would that be? Fried egg roll sounds good. It's great. The only shitty part about like Kansas is our crab rangoon sucks balls. Yeah, it's a pork egg roll. The crab rangoon is just like cream cheese. And my wife's from New York, and she's like, God, we got to go to New York. Every time she eats a crab rangoon here, she's so disappointed. What about similar story? Okay, Q's holding up a little bit better. Let's go take a peek at Nvidia. All right, this one trying to base out, using that weekly expected move maybe to head a little bit higher here. So remember, 15-minute divergence is what I really think is likely. Let's see. XLU dipping down. Apple's solid move back. Swallowed. Tesla trying to give it up. But this could make another move higher. 180.92. We could do a little 5-minute divergence around there. Those rangoons, no, it's from like a restaurant. That's how bad it is here. Even the restaurants, like, they don't have crab in their crab rangoon. There's only like a select few places. I'm going to take her to I'm going to see if the crab rangoon at this place where you walk in and they're like, what you want? Like, those are the best places to get crab rangoon and any kind of Asian food from here. I love those people. They're so good. All right, so 15-minute for Apple. Just watch if there's any resistance here. I'd really like to see a 5-minute divergence. I think that would really trick people. Puts are still trickled in. So I think if you allow those puts to really scale up and then calls become cheap, you can get a 5-minute divergence on Apple. I'd really like to see Apple pull back down all the way to like 189 or use that topside daily expected move that you get on Patreon. Start to bounce higher, create some kind of divergence in this box. And then if that's ripped away, well, that would mean puts maybe got cheap and people got to the call side here. So 15-minute curling down is what I think will end up happening, but I think you have a little bit of time for that 5-minute chart to create that. This does not worry me at all. The 30-minute is not positive. I would not be worried at all. This is just a dramatic drop, and now you're seeing probably retail try to buy that thing up. But that can change. If the 30-minute goes positive, then you can be like, all right, I shouldn't take any short side here, but I think you got to get a shot of creating a 5-minute divergence here for Apple. Come frozen in a box and you can get them at Sam's, spent better. So this is from a Japanese store. Like, you can see in the back, like, they're making them in real time. But yeah, a lot of restaurants that have them as like appetizers and stuff. This place is like known for them, and they're good. It's just they're different than New York, I guess. Talking about the egg rolls, the crab rangoon is not very good. Unless you like cream cheese, unless you like sweet cream cheese. So dollar here, we don't want to look at a 5 minute. We do not want to look at a 5 minute. But you have the 2 hour close to the center line. You can see a bounce up from here. We know that it's at higher levels overall from December, right? December 2023. So yeah, this looks kind of flaggy, but if this just turns right back around, remember the daily is like just about to cross. So I'd really look at that. Yeah, it's rejecting right now, but I don't think that's really plausible. Now, if we're going to see a big bullish move, right? Then I would say this 4 hour divergence, I'd really pay attention to this. I think that's a very good thing to pay attention to if we're going to see a bullish move in the market. See that dollar really drop off, but I don't think that dollar drops off. That's just my opinion, though. There's no real technical reason for it besides the 2 hours close to the center line, and I think that turns right back up soon. I got a pool reminder. Our pool just opened. Yay. How's everyone's day going so far? Everyone having a chill Friday? Things might turn into mayhem over the next 3 weeks, but, you know, how's everyone's day so far today? ASMR. The ECB can cut rates in June. We'll see. I think most likely we're going to see a lot of places forced to cut, not necessarily like a decision. And if that decision's made, then we're going to find out why they cut later on. Ooh, San Antonio. Cool, cool. Damn, that's crazy. Whenever they start to talk about cutting, and we're like, it still doesn't look like the great time. It might mean they're struggling with something behind the scenes. We'll have to see. If we cut because of war, that's kind of worrisome. Because if we cut because of war, that means we need to go into more national debt to produce like supplies, which can also cause hyperinflation. So it's weird because there's like 5 black swans that could happen in the next like 30 to 90 days. Dollar here. Want to see if that scales up. VIX. Nothing really happening here. Not able to turn over fully on the 2 hour yet. So I'm still paying attention to this 30 minute right by the center line. So if that starts to curl up, I'm going to pay attention. Maybe I do my last scale in there. I'll see what I decide. I like to think it through, you know. I like to be patient, react, but also think it through while I'm reacting. This here. Still, you just don't want the 15 minutes to rotate down. That's kind of your signal. Right now, you look a little bit flaggy. I think you have a good shot at a 5 minute divergence. We'll see if that starts to happen, but I think this could last until the end of the day. Where the heck? I was doing something just now. Oh yeah, I was going to look at AMC on my other screen. Yeah, so the 5 minute for AMC did rotate down, but it's not into negative territory yet, so we're still positive on that 15 minute. Like I said, just chill, just relax. If the signal happens in front of you, get out. If the signal happens back to the upside, get in, right? The signal hasn't even crashed down yet, so chilling. I can just tell myself, like, bro, be stoic, be chill. Chill out. What are you worried about, Luke? You know, that's what you do. You're like, what are you worried about? You know how to react. You already went through it in your head. You know how to react. You're fine. You're chilling. And when it comes to AMC, I'm like, cool. I'm holding it, so I don't even have to like feel any type of way about that. I'm just like, I'm holding it. Cool. All right. Go check on Nvidia. It depends. Now, I think people lose out if they went and took a mortgage and did it or some shit. Like, I think that's dumb as hell. I have money in it. I don't care if I lose it. It's not going to hurt me. How far can it go today? I gave you the upside daily expected move, so most likely we make some kind of little divergence or something like that up there, right? But that's how high it's expected to go by the options market. So if it goes above there, that would be a 32% chance right up here, 68% chance in here. So if we go above that, that means that that was unexpected by the market. If it hits 5.5, you're like, I'm just itching to join the Patreon. The cool part is if you join the Patreon, you can literally go watch the previous video and see if I was right on any of those calls. You can back test me. How high that has shot up. I wonder how high that has shot up. How many new people are trying to AMC? Well, you gotta think about it. One, the big AMC push was due to the volume that you see. Retail is just not capable of that fast. And they blame that on a tweet from Roaring Kitty. The tweet didn't say anything. It just said he's back. And it's like, okay, cool. You really think a tweet from one guy? And then they're like, yeah, it's going up because he's tweeting. He tweeted the whole week, and the whole week it suffered. So that was short sellers panicking for a second, and they go, oh yeah, let's just halt it. Let's push it down. Let's push it down. Let's push it down. I think that's what is happening. So it's this. Your risk to reward is pretty simple. It's I'm going to risk my amount that I'm willing to risk, that amount that I'm willing to lose. And if I'm right and there is corruption in the stock and they get caught in it, they will be forced to buy the stock so they don't get in trouble. Therefore, the stock will go up. We don't necessarily know exactly how much corruption is in the stock or what stocks have corruption in them. There could be 100 different stocks right now. So you could see a time where the SPY and the Qs are dropping down while Bed Bath & Beyond's going to $100 or something from 7 cents. Just devil's advocate, and that's perfect. Yeah, see, that's kind of how I go about it. That's why I don't even care. It's like, cool. If it makes money, I'll be excited. If it doesn't, then I'll be like, cool. I'll trade my other stuff. That's all I like. That's why I'm talking about it very bland. Very bland. Just be like, whatever. I just showed you the technical side. We're treating it like a regular trade, the technical side. Now is where you don't want the 5 minutes to go negative. If it goes negative, you'd say, hey, that's probably not the moment. But if that just flips back and goes positive, well, the 15-minute, it's in positive territory. If you really want to look at it, the hourly is about to go positive again. And I like my 30 minutes. That's gonna if that potentially goes up from here, it'll be positive again. And we could see something crazy. Am I going to expect something crazy? No. No. I'm just like, but if it happens, it's a good risk to reward. Volume on the market's really low. Yeah. Probably going into the weekend. Or I think we're going to see a very crazy last hour of trading. So if the last hour of trading gets kind of nuts, I'm going to hop on real quick. Well, yeah, let's look at halts. Let's see if any halts happened. Not really, not too many halts. A lot of halts the other day. Ooh, Apple, what are you doing? Apple doesn't even look good now. This looks like a short squeeze. That is wonky. Yeah, this has got to be a liquidity grab. I think this fades by end of day, but just because I think it doesn't mean I can't take a trade. It does mean I have to wait. I have to wait until I get the confirmation. Unfortunately, I wish I just knew right away if this was 100% going to fade, but I don't. I have to wait for my indicators to tell me there's weakness. As of right now, what do you see? People trying to short. People trying to short. And what's happening? People are trying to short the market while it's going up. This is just like what happened in the short squeeze for the last almost month. Now, if there's a divergence up here and that starts to change and that switches to the call side and goes down to 0.8 or 0.7, we can switch our thinking up. But as of right now, if they keep trying to short it, stocks will go up. Remember, we talked about how rigged the algorithms are. They're waiting for the opportune moment to screw everyone over. Right when you give up on shorting and you buy a call, that's when they rip it away from you. That's why you want to wait till everything lines up. That's how we caught this move. Everything lined up. XLU, right? You guys are like, oh, it's a big upward move. It's not the moment. I still see red impressions. Still red. Still red. Still 15-minute, pretty close to the center line. Chilling. Seeing if there's a 15 or a 5-minute divergence. Maybe that'll give me a hint, but we knew a bounce would come here. Right? We can dig into XLU a little bit deeper in our future videos because we didn't necessarily do that. We were just talking about the signal. So, right, 30-minute, you see the divergence down here on the RSI. 15-minute, what do we got? We got divergence on both. We got MACD and RSI, so we can reverse the trend around. But if it's going to remain a crash signal, then we're probably going to see this fade very soon. And stocks can move sideways, right? Utilities could just move sideways. But Apple, I don't like this look at all. That just doesn't look good. It looks so sketchy. 30 minutes still negative. I think you got the lower high scenario playing out right now. That's a dead cat, probably. Retail traders lost out on Nvidia trying to short it. Now they're like, okay, now I can hop into Apple because it's cheap or something. Or actually more likely scenario. Puts were piled on right here by retailers, so the algorithm found out, oh, calls are really cheap. Let's go grab some liquidity to push this thing further down once we switch them to the call side. That would be... And what a rude algorithm. Meta. Giving that up, still paying attention 5-minute, right? See if that can base out, make a divergence, some reason to take a trade. Because if this 2-hour curls up, right? It's curled up. It's in positive territory. So the likelihood is, yeah, we're testing the gap area right now. We could come test this higher, go make a new one, and then triple divergence is what I'd look out for. Technically, right now, you'd have multiple point divergence if this reverses, so. This guy hasn't turned up yet, 30-minute. Able to go positive. That's a good sign for AMD. That's a pretty good sign for AMD, but... There you go. Another upward move, maybe. Yeah, it's just squeezing. People are buying shorts again. More squeezing. Nvidia, what are you doing? There you go. Turn up, Nvidia. We're ready. We're ready to make that 15-minute divergence we're talking about. See how patient we're being? We're just chilling. Clicking around, looking at charts. See, we can be chill with it. You ain't gotta go crazy. I can take my last bite of this egg roll and just enjoy myself. Cool. Awesome. Let's take a look at TLT. TLC, what are you doing? You making that divergence go or what? Did the 2-hour cross? Not yet. Not yet. How could I get screwed over? If this 15-minute crosses down. That 15-minute crosses down, I might be screwed by TLC. So we shall see. We shall see. And I'm setting this plate down. And then I got to do a 15-minute breakdown. And I got to help out baby girl. We got to go to the store. Get some eggs. Eggs are important. Not time yet, my boys. I got the doggies down here with me. We got the pit bull. We got the husky German shepherd. Little guy. The little guy is upstairs, though. All right. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble, okay? I took my little break. I'm sorry. It was a little bit sluggish for a second. I apologize. If you haven't liked the stream already, like the stream. And if you like this analysis that I'm about to give, I'm about to give some good analysis here on every stock that we cover. If you like that analysis and you want to try to think like that, just think about getting that course. It's 50% off. How many breaks do you take a day? Today, I took 3. I started streaming at, 8:30? I took 1 coffee break, 1 potty break, and then 1 egg roll break. So I took 3 in 3 hours. It's pretty good. Pretty good. And then the egg rolls, thanks for the invite. They were dope, man. I threw them, we got them last night because we were lazy, and I was like, dude, I'm just going to go pick up 12 egg rolls and 6 crab rangoon, and let's just have a night. And it was awesome. It was great. I love me some sweet and sour. And then I just threw them in the air fryer real quick and checked on the girls, came back down here and started to chat with you guys and gave you guys some ASMR. Okay, so if you guys do like this analysis and you want to try to think a little bit more like me, well, I tell you exactly how I think and exactly what you should look for in the course, and it's 50% off, okay? It's 50% off for the rest of the month, so the weekend's a great time to do it, guys. It just really is, and I'll keep saying that because I think it's really helpful, and I just got an email last night of how helpful it was, so love to see it. Let me throw in a dippy, and let's do this thing. All right, so let's pull this mic in so you guys can hear me. All right. Going into the SPY, first of all, let's talk about the daily scale. Let's really try to break this stuff down. Daily scale, what are we noticing here? We haven't got that crossing on the MACD. Okay, so before we fully get into the SPY, let's go look at XLU. Is that crash signal still confirmed? Yes. What do you do a lot of the time when you see a downward push? You're going to reconnect with the 5-day moving average all the time. Have we came back above that 5-day moving average? And we're going to go over AMC in a moment. Have we come back above that? And just make sure you know the meme stocks, most likely you're going to see craziness in the last 2 hours, maybe the last hour of trading. So if I start to see craziness, we're going to hop back on live. So make sure to hit that notification bell, okay? Because I might jump back on if we see some crazy stuff. So what are we doing? We're not even taking back the 5 just yet. So if we break this down into shorter time frames, and I just wanted to point out, if we just did this, and we did this, and we did this, and we did this, there's your crash signal. Okay, that's your crash signal. It can happen quick, I guess. I mean, nothing says it can't happen quickly. So what am I paying attention to? Well, 15-minute was just able to go positive. Just able to go positive. We had 15-minute divergence down here at these lows, so that made sense, right? We kind of expected there to be a bounce. We kind of talked about Apple getting a bounce, but if this just rolls negative at any time, and if those MACD histogram impressions remain red on the daily scale, it's still intact, okay? 30-minute is still negative. Nothing about this says it has to go back up to the all-time high, but remember, it does give you a double top a lot of the time or some kind of divergence before the crash. The last 3 times this signal proved itself during the last 3 crashes, ba-boom, ba-boom, we can crash, all right? So just pay attention to these types of things. The main thing you just want to see here is if this is flipping back to green, we could see some kind of push up in the market, but pay attention if that divergence confirms, and we're going to notify you guys about that. And we'll take pictures and stuff and post that to Patreon if we see anything in real time. All right, so back over to the SPY for a moment. What are we seeing right now? Well, we're seeing very similar to XLU, right? We're seeing very similar to XLU. The 15-minute is going positive. We are up towards that daily expected move, and that's where we're struggling right now. That makes total sense. That's where we've struggled for the last hour and a half, okay? So what am I looking for? I'm looking for some reason for a reversal here. What would that reason be? Well, if I get a 5-minute divergence, that's at least something that can roll over the 15-minute. All right, so if this 15-minute rolls over, where's it going to be? Negative territory, which means we can see a drop. We can see a drop here. We could probably say test the gap fill, then you would test the low, then you could go make a new low is what I would say about this. And the reason that we're squeezing, right, we're squeezing because people are buying puts. People are front running the puts again, and they want to screw over retail as much as possible. So this is the algorithm telling you. Remember, yesterday we saw the opposite. People were buying calls at the high. So we said, well, the algorithm's going to rip this away. And guess what? We logged off the stream 2 hours later. We see it again. And guess what? It was ripped away. So right now you have the short squeeze scenario happening in front of you. So I suggest you keep an eye on that PCC because that will help you out. But I think a 5-minute divergence here would make sense. The daily expected move, 529.47 to the upside. Looks like we could run into some resistance. As of right now, we're using that as support to head higher. Exactly what you want to see. And if people keep shorting early, especially 0 DTE, they're just going to rip that all away, rip that all away, rip that all away. And then in the last 30 minutes of the day, they'll go plump right when it becomes cheaper. So Qs, similar story. 15-minute, you actually have divergence on the RSI. Not necessarily a great one on the MACD, but you do have it if it can turn around soon. If you can turn around soon, it could happen. So what do I want to see here? Similar thing. It's holding up better than the SPY, but what am I going to see? Well, what if we make another move up? I get a 5-minute divergence, and then at the same time, I go look at PCC, and a lot of people are buying calls. That's what I would overall say in that. So Qs, yes, we're making the upward move. 68% chance to land down here. We have about half of the day left. Apple, this thing just squeezing. So probably people trying to front run some 0 DTE puts here. Right? They saw this big red bar and they go short. Ah, shit, short. Ah, shit, short. Ah, short. So that's what I believe is happening. And right when they give up is when this is going to flip. But you pay attention to different things. You wait for momentum to tell you what's happening. 15-minute crosses down. Where are you going to be? Negative territory, which means, guess what? We could go down towards, I would say, gap support on this move. And then after that, maybe we test the closing low, but we could go make a new low. Pay attention for a double bottom as well, but that might take into next week to play out. Tesla going up. It's at that daily expected move as of right now, just so you know. We give that information on Patreon. The link's down in the description, as well as the course that is 50% off. Okay, so what do we want to pay attention to here? Well, we got this big reading here on the 5-minute. Maybe we go up and we touch that area again, and we create some kind of divergence up here. Most likely what's happening, well, we get this pull down, people buy puts, and then the algorithm says calls are cheaper. We take calls, okay, boom, and then it starts to crash down. The only reason we can speculate on that is because the puts are going up right now on the PCC. So that would tell me people are trying to front run puts. Do not front run anything. The signals will tell you when to do it. The signals will tell you, okay, if this happens and then this happens, that's great. And then you'll see this 15-minute curl down. And then you'll go look at the PCC and there will be some calls in there. You will be perfectly fine taking that, okay? You'll be perfectly fine because you know what to pay attention to. You're trading like water. Apple, I think it does sell off soon. But what do we want to pay attention to here? Amazon. This had 30-minute divergence. So why doesn't it look the best right now? Ooh, we got some 5-minute divergence. This is what I'm talking about in the other charts. If we start to see looks like this, and we start to see the calls start to trickle up, right? If you have some kind of flow or something like that, I know that Bookmaps just emailed me. They might want to do some kind of collaboration. If they have anything that's dedicated to the flow and we can see that options data on individual stocks, like what the put and call levels are for individual stocks, that would be awesome. That would be awesome because then we can see, hey, are people trying to take calls here at a dramatic level? Are puts cheaper? Then the algorithm's going to go puts are cheaper and it's going to bring this down with that divergence. You see the divergence, it's confirming, hasn't gone negative yet. We need that 15-minute to rotate down. You look where we are, negative territory. So even though we do have 30-minute divergence and everything like that, you got to pay attention to how you can get screwed. How you can get screwed here is the 15-minute rolls over. You should not be taking any calls if that 15-minute rolls over into negative territory. That's what I do. Nvidia, this one here, you think after this big drop, people are juicy wanting to short this? Probably. Now, this does look like a cup and handle. This does look like a cup and a handle at this moment. But you want to pay attention, I think, to a 5-minute in the near price action here. Seeing that build up, seeing that cross back down. Now we build up one more time. Pay attention to the daily expected move. It's right in line with this high. What would that do for you? Maybe you create a 15-minute divergence. I'm really leaning towards some kind of 15-minute divergence for Nvidia before the last hour of trading. But just because I'm leaning towards it doesn't mean it has to happen. I need confirmation, right? I need this to cross up on the MACD. You don't have a lot of room to the upside. Okay, so it's not the best swing trade. Not the best swing trade because you don't have a lot of room on the RSI here to get over bought. So that's just what I think would turn this thing around. That's what I genuinely think would turn this around. The reason that I'm saying that Nvidia can have some extreme weakness here is you have daily divergence across the way here, and you're closer to the center line now. And I always said once Nvidia hits 1,000, it'll be a big trap. And look at that wick come in. We called the fading, so it faded a little bit, faded about half the bar. That's pretty huge. 20 points there pretty much. So we have to see if that's going to confirm downside. XLU saying there's going to be a crash. AMD, this one finally going positive on the daily scale. Everyone's going to go, oh, this is positive. This is positive. What are we paying attention to? 15 minutes still close to that center line. This is how that call side can get screwed over. So we want to pay attention to it. All right, maybe we even want to go into a 5-minute. Now I can tell you this right now, if they do this again, if these people do this again, if retailers do this again and they take a ton of calls in this area for AMD, then it's probably going to be ripped away from the algorithm. So just pay attention to that. I'll look at LIDR in a second. I'm sorry about that. I think I've seen that a couple times. I'm sorry, Robert. 30-minute though, if that just curls over negative territory, I think this is a liquidity grab to head lower. They just need people to switch to the call side first. But if we don't switch to the call side, you keep trying to front run puts on this, well, the algorithm's just going to take it higher. The algorithm's just going to take it higher. Meta starting to turn back around. Remember, we talked about head and shoulders. Where are we creating this pullback? Well, right where you'd want to create that head and shoulders, right at the gap resistance there. So what do we want to pay attention to? Well, how can you get screwed out of this move with the 30-minute divergence down here? If this 15-minute rolls over, you want to say, okay, this isn't the moment. This is the moment to maybe take some profit, rolls over, gets close to the center line. Now this would be the moment for another big move higher. And then from there, we just want to see, because the 2 hours already curled up, positive territory. Do we go touch the point between these highs? That would be very telling. I'm not leaning towards that. I think that this will set up the head and shoulders, but it doesn't matter what I think. You got to pay attention to the charts, so be open to both scenarios. Microsoft going into today, right? No real big divergences, flat divergence on the RSI, not necessarily on the MACD at the same time, but if you zoom into a 30-minute, now you see the flatness. Now you see the flatness again. So this does lean me towards a pullback. It does lean towards a pullback. We're crossing up positive territory. Now, right here, you had divergence. Okay, so here you had the divergence on the 30-minute. So that can lead to trend reversal. So what do I want to pay attention to if I think Microsoft's going to make an upward move? How I'd get screwed. That's the video we're putting out in the course this weekend. If the 15-minute crosses down, no reason to take upside. I'd say if the 5-minute crosses down, I would probably get out and get back in because we're in a sketchy time. So if the 5-minute crosses down, you see that pull back a little bit, then cross back up, you can be like, I'm out. Boom. I'm back in. All right. Cup and handle it, you know, all that good stuff. So we're paying attention to Microsoft. It does look like on the daily scale, it does not look the best. Look at the divergence all across the way here. It really doesn't look pretty. Okay. So I would be very worried about going long here because your reward might be a few percent up, but your risk is you start to break dramatically to the downside with XLU calling some kind of crash. I'll look at SNOA, by the way. I saw you mention that too. Sorry about that, but crossing over on Google on the daily scale, so no reason to really take calls unless it's very, very short-lived. As of right now, 15-minute getting close to the center line. You see a lot of stuff getting close to the center line. It's kind of decision time for a lot of these stocks. And what are we noticing? We're starting to run into weakness. So if this wants to be some kind of flag, awesome. I can go into a shorter time frame. I can look at the 5-minute. I see if some kind of divergence is made. I've already had one on the RSI. Now I need to make both at the same time, and then I'd be pretty confident. But as of right now, you don't have that. So I still think that this is some kind of, you know, dead cat bounce. But just because I think it, I need to make sure I'm paying attention to both sides of the coin because I don't want to get screwed by anything. Netflix, we did mention earlier. This here looks like a 30-minute divergence in the short time frames here. Look at that 30-minute. If that starts to cross over, bad news for Netflix. I'm just saying that looks like bad news for Netflix. You got a 2-hour trying to create a triple divergence right now. I might just reject right now, and you might just make that divergence with some kind of double top. So Netflix saying, I might want to head down from here. All right, looking down at AMC. We'll just go over AMC, but you can think about the same things for GME right now. The 30-minute crossing up, very, very important. We started to reject. Okay, we started to reject. So that tells you now this might not be the moment, but it might be right around the corner. 15-minute did go positive. Now it's negative. Now it's negative again. This is how you want to pay attention to how you can get screwed. No reason to take call side right now until this turns back around and goes positive. We can go create a divergence. We can do plenty of things. But as of right now, the direction is negative and down. So we need that 15-minute to curl back up. If you want to, you can look at a 5-minute, just see if that's able to curl back up here. That would be a good sign if that can go positive, that we might test this high. Maybe go make a new one. Maybe go make a new one. We'll have to find out. But right now, you would just say, hey, this doesn't look good. 30-minute is curling down into negative territory. So you need that 30-minute to curl back up. Gold, we mentioned, hey, some kind of pop could come. Silver looks better than gold, I think, as of right now. We could get head and shoulders in this area, right? Left shoulder, big head, and then right shoulder could be forming. So I'm still waiting. 30-minute, get close to the center line. Then we drop. Maybe we just move sideways, build liquidity in here, and then boom, that thing just drops down. So it's still in negative context at this moment. Zooming into a 15-minute, you see still in negative context at this moment. So if we get a reaction up, okay, cool. But just pay attention if this crosses over at any time. Going into volatility real quick, and then we'll get into the stocks that you guys were mentioning you want me to look at real quick. What do we want to pay attention to with volatility? Well, the 30-minute crossing up into positive territory is the first thing. But right now I'm thinking, hey, maybe a 2-hour divergence is possible and I can scale in one more time. I think this would be great. I think it's perfectly fine. But I am paying attention to the 30-minute. If that crosses up at any time, I'm scaling in again. Because we're at 12.12, we're in positive territory. That's when a big move can come for volatility. And what could happen pretty quickly is the daily starts to rotate back up, because look how tight that is. Now that has to go positive to see a crash, so still want to always have our head on a swivel, looking at the dollar dropping down dramatically dropping down, crossing down on a 2-hour, getting close to the center line, looking like the direction is going to shift to the downside. I would just say don't let them fake you out or anything like that. 4-hour crossing down, yeah, we can see bullishness come in. We can see bullishness come in. Pay attention to the zone. 4-hour divergence is what I'd look for if we don't see a sell-off today. But if people keep buying puts, it's not going to sell off. The market maker's algorithm, it will not let them sell off. Okay, let's look at where the heck is it? What the heck was I supposed to look at? Litter. All right, let's look at this guy for a second. You see this pumping up. All right, cool. Don't like a 4-hour chart. I like my 2 hours. So 2-hour, pretty interesting here. Because what do we notice? Once we go positive, that's when we actually start to really see positivity. And that's why we need a positive move for AMC and GME. Once we go positive, boom, positivity comes in. So what could we have done? Maybe 30-minute swing trading was the move here. You notice this, the big push up. What happened? Well, this beat down to the center line and then curled up. That's something that AMC and GME weren't able to do, which makes me think maybe they are being suppressed, because that hype just doesn't go away in one move. It just doesn't. So the fact that this beats down and curls back up, hey, there you go. Now you get some kind of signal for upside. There you go. Boom. There's your buy point right here. Okay, now we ride this bad boy all the way up to 457. Good. Even if you buy the stock, that's a double. So I just imagine what options was here. But what are we noticing now? Flatness of the MACD, downward move on the RSI. So you do have divergence at this level. Bigger pullback. We curl back up. Okay, you can be a contrarian, take a chance on this. It goes positive on this bar. Right before this bar, it goes right after this bar, it goes positive. But you could say, hey, curled up above all these shorter time frame moving averages. Maybe a big move comes because it's pretty volatile, right? Pretty volatile. So take a chance on that. Boom, goes from 272 all the way up towards 405. Now we have a third point of divergence right here, right? A little bit more down. Okay, so that would mean bigger pullback. Okay, bigger pullback's coming. Now you're starting to notice this. This was a big swing. These are starting to get smaller. So you could just pile up and then see a big move up or down. Paying attention to a 30-minute here is a good thing. We've curled up. We're in positive territory. We have to see if that is able to continue, and the 2 hours able to curl up. As of right now, divergence on the 2 hours. So you'd have to say, contrarian would say this looks kind of bearish, but you're still in a positive trend. So if that 2 hours able to curl up anytime, would be a good thing. Now, since we are talking about stuff in the chat right now for the last bit of this stream, 30-minute divergence is there. 30-minute divergence is there, I would say. I mean, you're pretty much, it's pretty much right there. It's almost there. I would like to see maybe one more little upward move with a closing bar just to really convince me that it's there, really obvious. But you're right by that center line. So anytime that curls over, I think they're just waiting for people to get sick of the price being up here and switching to the call side. That's what I think. And the SPY, similar thing, just at a lower level, still negative on a 30-minute. That's huge. That's huge. So not the best look there for it. What was it? Snoa. Yeah, someone was mentioning Snoa a bunch. Sonoma. I've seen these speakers before, right? So 30-minute for Sonoma. What happens? It goes positive right here. So it goes positive around that 15-cent level, and boom, we skyrocket up. So the percentage on this, once it goes positive, this is how important it is to go positive, 100% there. So good move. Good move. Now what are we looking for? Well, 2 hours is going to be important for sure. See the 2 hour? See how it's close to the center line? See how it wants to curl up? So if that can curl up, that would be a confirmation. We're going to probably test the high, go make a new one as long as there's no halting in the stock. You're already out of it. Good. Well, I'm glad you took some profit. That's good. Now if this crosses up, maybe you could take another chance on it and just use whatever you made. You know what I mean? Play with house money. At 0.23. So I wonder if this one has some suppression in it. I wonder if this has some short sellers in that move like AMC and GME. Let's look at Bitcoin for a sec. Just see what that guy's doing. Trying to fade the move, but it did cross on a 2 hour. So positivity can come, but it's still negative. If the 4 hour confirms up, I think you got a good shot to go to like 80,000. I think you got a good shot to go to like 80,000. I think that would be good. Probably got to get past 75, but pretty good there. And then coin we talked about a little bit as well. 15-minute, always paying attention to how you can get screwed. Cup and handle could form here, but if the 15-minute rolls negative, there's no reason to take call side until this 15-minute turns back up into positive territory. Okay? That's how you pay attention to how you can get screwed. And we're going to put that video on Patreon later this weekend. So I highly encourage you, if you haven't taken that course, really think about it. It's 50% off. It's $100 for the next week, okay? And the weekend's a great time to take that course. You can come back and learn from it. But at this moment, we just don't have anything that's saying like, hey, there's extreme weakness. But we do have a signal on TLT that's interesting, right? 15-minute looks like it could curl down. That's how you could get screwed out of this trade on the 30-minute. 30-minute, not able to go positive, okay? That's what you want to pay attention to on the 15-minute, how you can get screwed. Is the 2 hour rotating up yet? No, it hasn't. So no further confirmation. So I would still be paying attention to how you can get screwed on TLT. And that would mean that we're going to see yields pop and see TLT drop a little bit. Lucy went crazy. Oh my word. The 2 hour go positive before this move? No. Did the 30-minute go positive? This didn't even go positive before the move. So yeah, see, you're going to see a ton of stuff like this. So a ton of stuff like this. And this is where the short sellers are having to get out of these positions because of the CAT system. I'm going to tell you this right now. This is not because the stock is good. This is not because of whatever. This is most likely a suppressed stock. Their cost of prescription lenses has grown disproportionately significantly more than their revenue. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign, guys. So on stocks like these, you can look at 5-minute charts for real. You can look at 5-minute charts, and if that can beat down to center line at any time, you see that curl up, take a chance with it. Look at this. Okay, 0.71 all the way up to 0.90, all the way up to actually 0.96. So like a 25% move there. Very, very cool move. Very, very cool. And TLT, the breakdown we did on TLT is pretty much the opposite of the 10-year, and you're seeing the opposite signal. And that's proving right now. So TLT could drop off dramatically here if this continues down. If TLT could still see that upward move here. My bad. TLT could see that upward move because those yields might drop off a little bit. But we'll have to see. We still want to pay attention to how we can get screwed. TLT is very much so down. If TLT is going to see a huge move upward, pay attention. That might be a flight to safety for some reason by the end of the day. If I'm going to go take care of some chores, I'm going to go take care of baby girl. And if by the end of the day, I see some craziness, I might hop on for the last hour, okay? So turn your notifications on. Please do check out that course if you're thinking about learning how to see stocks the way that I do, because I tell you exactly how to see it. I tell you exactly what to look for a trade. I tell you exactly what the perfect setup is, the golden setup, if you will, which was a trade like Apple. And I'll show you guys that real quick. This right here on the daily scale, this was your golden setup. You actually got an opposite one recently, but this is the one we go over. This is the perfect setup for a long-term position for an option, a month-out position, and you could have made so much in this move. And what do you have down here? The perfect setup, okay? Now you're just seeing the daily. There's other things that got you a position right here. Notice the daily confirmed all the way up here. My strategy would have had you in right here, 170.50. Okay, and we go over that strategy in the course and look at that run up. Imagine you just bought a 180 call way out of the money, and then we just rocket up to this area. This is the golden setup that we go over in the course, and you can make that trade right there. You can make 1,000% on. So did I hold that trade the whole time? No, I like to make in a big upward move like that. I like to make 200 to 300% in a big move, and then I just go, okay, let me sit back. I don't want to get greedy. All right, guys, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you guys coming by today. Make sure to pay attention to XLU. I'm going to say that again. Make sure to pay attention to this. This is what is a crash signal. And if we are going to get some kind of divergence in the near term on XLU, then we might see a big crash even sooner. Okay, this is a crash signal. As of right now, it's a big pullback signal. But if we see a divergence over the next week or so, that's where I'm going to be like, we're going to crash, okay? That's when I'm going to say that. Highly encourage you to go to those links down in the description, because if I'm right, you're going to need some skills. Volatility is going to scale up dramatically, and you're going to be looking for bounces. My strategy will show you how to find those bounces using the weekly ranges, using your indicators, and I'll teach you about these indicators as well. Thank you guys for joining. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to leave you guys over on... What do you guys want to watch? You want to watch AMC? You want me to leave you on AMC, Nvidia, or the SPY? Or actually, Qs, Nvidia, or AMC. Let's have a quick vote. What do you guys want to be left on for about 5 to 10 minutes? Just to watch here. AMC? So far, just AMC. All right, we'll leave you guys on AMC. What's the word on the street? Why is this move happening today? Well, this move's happening today because of the puts became too expensive. People tried to buy too many puts, most likely. It's literally just an algorithmic move. All right, a lot more on the SPY. I'm sorry, June. A lot more on the SPY. Let's leave you on the SPY on like a 5-minute and see if we create any kind of 5-minute divergence for you. Ooh, starting to turn back down. Remember, if that 15-minute crosses, actually, I think we'll leave you on a 15-minute. I think we'll leave you on a 15-minute. If that crosses down, it's going to be bad news. So if this starts to scale up in the next couple hours, I'll probably be live again. So turn on that. Yeah, so market up. It came in lower. It came in higher than expected, lower than the previous is what I saw. But people read into news any way they can read into it as a good thing. That will happen in a market like this. Trade like water. If you want to learn to trade like water, $100, guys. Literally, it's $100 and it will change everything. I had someone email me. They have been unprofitable for 5 to 10 years. They have been losing money on small trades. This is the first time ever that they were profitable. That wasn't even the same email I shared at the beginning of this video. If you want to see someone who has benefited from the course, someone emailed me last night, and I just wanted to share that email. It's at the beginning of this video. But I want to tell you, the other emails I've gotten, there's people who have been unprofitable for 5 to 10 years trying to trade small amounts of money. And this is the first time ever that they have been able to become profitable by changing their bad habits. So I highly encourage you to look at that course down in the description. Expected 3.5, actual 3.3. Okay, I might have been mistaken. I'm sorry about that, Uniworld. But yeah, market go up. And the market goes up, why? The market does not go up because of retail traders reading data incorrectly. The market goes up because calls were cheaper this morning. Calls were cheaper last night. And so therefore, like in the post market and in the market this morning, the calls were cheaper because everyone tried to short, and now people are trying to short again PCC at 1.0. Okay, Sorry, I'm using a different mouse, but PCC almost at 1.0. So that tells me calls are still cheaper because people are trying to front run this. So the SPY will continue to squeeze until that changes. If you're going to take a play, just take a peek. If you're trading the SPY especially, take a peek at PCC. Use some kind of order flow app, something like that. I'm going to look into Bookmaps and see if that it gives us any information on put and call ratios for individual stocks. I think that would be very useful. We'll look at Bookmaps for that, but because they emailed me. So just pay attention, take the course. I think it will benefit you a lot. And I wish you guys nothing but luck for the rest of the day. If we see some craziness, I will hop back on and I will see you later. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this community. And I look forward to making some YouTube videos over the weekend and updating that course, giving you guys that video on how to not get screwed. Thank you guys. Have a great day. Good luck. And I might see you later if things get crazy. Peace out.